All right. I sure hope I didn't forget anything. We're locked in now. We're locked in now. We'll see, huh? We'll see. Okay, roll call. YouTube, what are you doing? Working against all odds, am I right? Twitch, working. We'll see. We'll see. Restream appears to be working. Okay. Alerts also appear to be working. Neato. Neato. And we're ready to turn off. And we're ready to turn off things when the time comes. And the weather? Ah, yes, it is snowing. Yes, it is. That is hilarious, actually. And lurks, very important. Are we taking care of our people? Are we putting friends before frames? Are you still on? You are. Why does your screen look like that? Okay. We're there. We've arrived. Okay. You say so. If you say so. Then we're here. We've done it. Greetings. Salutations all. Very good to see you. Very good to have you in, dear friends. And yes, welcome to the first talk of 2025. That is something, isn't it? That is something. I wonder how loud the volume is on everything. Is it like super loud? Hang on. Okay, that appears that that should be good. We'll see. We'll see. All right, let me catch up. Leanne, hello, it's good to see you. Guts, hello. Mel, welcome, welcome. Nothing broken. No, you know, my spirits. No. An interesting day, you guys. Not the win this time, at least. Maybe we're preparing a drink. Smooches, yes, smooches were to be had. But incidentally, most of it was like, oh, right. There's a lot of logistics considerations for having all three components of an ideal talk. And it's been a long time, so it took me a while to check all the various boxes. That's what it did. That's what it was. So, as you know. But welcome, welcome. How you doing? Binge is here too. My goodness gracious. How you doing, Wheels? Welcome. Welcome. Very good to have you. Good to have you indeed. How's you? Sabrina, good morning. It is super early over there. My goodness gracious. Never ceases to amaze me, my friend. Glad to have you. Glad to have you. Duckling, welcome, madam. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Yay, Snow, I'm so tired. This waking up at 5:30 thing sucks. Yeah, no kidding, Sabrina. No kidding. That's terrible. I hate that for you. I hate that for you. We had a smattering of snow today, too. Is that right, Doc? It's good to see you, Pre. Welcome in, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Glad you got some snow. Yeah, it was supposed to be rain today because it's too warm, but we had this hurricane wind I told you guys about, and it dropped, the wind chill was over 10 degrees, like 15 degrees or something like that, and I was like, oh, and it turns to snow. So here we are, in the snow. Yes, I'm gonna have to have my windows open and have it snow. That's the way the cookie crumbles. That's the way it's gonna be. Suki! Hi, Suki. Proper real farmer among us. 07. Thumper! Hi, Thump. Hello, hello. Like you done. I like your little boogie noogie dancy boys. Look at them go. Look at them. Oh, ooh, ooh. Look at them. Snow in the forecast here for Monday. Is that right? Is that right? If there's enough, I'm covering my whole front yard in snow angels. Not loud at all. Volume's good. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Means a heck of a... Oh, there's Boogie Noogan. Oh my gosh, I was just talking about him. Speak his name and he shall appear. My friend, it's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing all right. Paul, how you doing, Paul? Welcome. Welcome, my friend. Welcome, welcome. That big moose indeed. That roly boy. That roly poly. We love that dude. He's hilarious. Beans, welcome. I hope that 2025 is off to a good start for you. Very good to see you. Very good to see you. Ferret, welcome, my friend. Welcome. Thank you for calling out all the peeps. I appreciate it, Mel. And all the other people who are doing the commands and stuffs. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Ferret, I love your name explanation. Yeah, he's after them chords, Leanne. Always after them chords. That's what he wants. That's all he wants in this world. That's what he wanted for Christmas, and he didn't get it. And he didn't get it. That's true. That's right. Leanne is correct. Name commands for the VIP badge. Actually, it's not just the VIP badge. There are some people who have the VIP badge who don't have a command. Commands are for capos and above. Capos and above. So, the VIP badge you get for being crew and above. So, one does not guarantee the other. Hence the confusion sometimes. But I like it that way. Leave it a little bit confusing for people. That's right. Keep them guessing, you know. Keep them bobbing and weaving. We like that. We like it. Aloha. Is that we're alohaing? Oh my gosh, no, we want the snow, not the aloha. Jay Sauce is watching you through my Discord shared screen. Wanted me to let you know. Good to have you, Sauce. Welcome, welcome. Pleasure. It's a pleasure indeed. Doing fantastic. Hope you liked our voice message. That was hilarious, Boogan. Hilarious. I actually did not get to. I don't know if you sent it to the to the hot bride, separately. But I don't know if she heard it. I did, and it's priceless. It's very fun. It was very fun. Dee Dee freaking cracking me up. Super funny. Wish I could say good, Gus, but yeah, a lot happened today. Not 100% myself. And yet here you are, Paul. And yet here you are. And that's worth noting. I have much to say tonight, friends. Once we get through the intro and a lot of the fun stuff and some forecasting things, as we get on into this tonight, there's going to be some tough stuff. That's been the guarantee. That's been the threat. I almost named tonight's stream Threats because I have more to make. I've threatened, but what tonight will be more threats. So that's, yeah, it's gonna be something. So the fact that you guys are here, it says a great deal. More to say on that in a bit. More to say on that in a bit. Hide the debt cord. Hide the debt cord. It's true. Hide the debt cord. Also, going for a bit of a road trip in an hour with a friend. Last hoorah to my vacation. Stay as long as I can, but I'll rewatch the talk later. That means a heck of a lot, Sabrina. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you popped in even ahead of the road trip and stuff like that. It's good. We can get you all nice and depressed ahead of your road. No. I'm glad to have you. A little sip of tea mixed with Fireball. I'm chilling. Dang. Silver! Welcome, Silver. Welcome, my friends. Very good to have you. Very good to have you. So you think I haven't? Oh, yeah, fair. Now, listen. He wants cords for everything. He'll get them for some things, and then he'll want them for more. He'll not be satisfied until he has the cords.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be
for
a
all
gangster.
of them. So, gang, that may keep happening. Because, as some of you are aware, the, hang on. Should I go grab a tab for that for interested people? Should I do that? Just, as long as we're in the silliness so far. As long as we're in the silliness. Okay. For those of you who don't know, that's the houseplant tour that we premiered on Saturday night, okay? That's, alright, I told you guys, like, plant people are big into, like, tours and all that jazz, and I was like, I didn't even think about it ahead of time, and I was like, oh, wait a minute. Like, we did the streams and all that, but I didn't really count the cost, as it were, of publishing a YouTube video of a houseplant tour, because I love watching houseplant tours. Not all the time, mind you, I don't have the time. But I was like, it's a long video. I don't know how many people are going to want to watch it. How many, Leanne, this is your favorite thing to track. How many people want to watch it? Ballpark me. I haven't looked in a bit. I don't. Yeah, so that may happen a couple times because it's been a lot and it just kind of keeps going. So yeah. Fragile! Welcome, Fragile. Very good to see you. Very good to see you. Glad that you're here for this most auspicious evening. I have so much to say, and I have so much to say ahead of getting to what I want to say. So, for now, welcome. How you doing tonight? I'm doing, Guts. I am here, and I'm ready. Well, I'm never ready as I want to be. I'm ready enough. It can't be put off any longer. Tweety! Hello, Tweety. Hydrate! Okay. We'll get these hydrates going. Stretch! Bollocks, I say. We're gonna stretch. Because I could really honestly stand to. Been sitting for too long. Binge. My guy? Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that quite a lot for the tip and the well wishings. Thank you. That's quite kind. It's been interesting. It's been interesting. Honestly, Gus, I'm gonna be 100% real and honest. There's nowhere I'd rather be than here. Takes my mind off a lot from today. I drop content. Let's get to it. Let's see. You get it? Let's see. It's because we need the iDrop content to keep seeing. Do you get it? Who get it? Did we get it? I got it. I like it. Paul, I will do everything in my power to serve you well. Those words are no small thing. Tweety, happy 2025 to you. It's very good to see you. I hope that Christmas and New Year's and all that jazz rounded out okay for you. Very good to have you in. I appreciate it. And for the hugs, I'll take it. Guts with a disappointment pack. Okay. Want it. We're on it. Up to 5. Wow. Okay. Thank you for the iDrop content, Thump. I have been looking at a screen for too long today, so it's needed. It's needed. Cheers to you. YouTube view count 2180, because you guys, we got 2180 views on YouTube. Thank you, YouTube view count. I appreciate it very much. To celebrate the highs. Thank you. Very sweet. It's very thoughtful. Very thoughtful. Equipped, not depressed. Crushing cans is so depressing. Wow. You get mad at me for my dad jokes, for my puns? My goodness gracious. Unbelievable. Good luck with getting me depressed. That's no easy feat. Challenge accepted. My goodness, it's our most viewed vid. Yes, it's a bit. Yes, most views. I looked before I went to sleep. You were at 2,000. Congrats, so cool. You deserve it. Oh, thanks, Sabrina. I'm glad you guys liked the house tour. You know, again, we've worked pretty hard on that. What I really appreciate is that there was somebody who left a comment that said, I was gonna follow, I think what they mean is subscribe. I was gonna subscribe, but then I saw that you weren't a plant channel. But awesome collection, loved it, you know, and so on. They liked the video, but can't subscribe because I'm not a plant person, you know? And I said, I responded, I was like, I respect that. I respect not wanting your algorithm, your feed to get all messed up. So that was some good candor right there. I appreciated that. I think the houseplant tour is super awesome. I didn't quite realize the epicness of the tree ferns till I saw the video. Honestly, Suki, it doesn't do it justice, right? I show pictures, it doesn't do it. It doesn't do it. The videos, I tell ya, and they're so gosh darn good. And right now they're just pushing out fronds like gangbusters. It's wild. They're looking great. Yeah, they're definitely the centerpiece. Why I showed them last. They're my favorite. Well, not during the tour, but during the streams. Aki, hello Aki. We've got to the drink of the evening or the stick? We've not. We'll be getting to that soon, TM, though. Thank you for calling out Aki, Mel. I appreciate it. Good to have you, my friend. Good to have you indeed. Knee slapper. You think so, Wheels? You think so? My goodness. Ape legs packed between stretch and eye drop content? Oh, I got it. We got it, baby. You're in Tejas. Probably tomorrow. Wow, all of the driving. And yet, here you are. Happy 2025, guys. Was a rough one on a stream break, but hopefully yours went. But I hope yours went well. I really liked so very much about the holidays, so-called, bringing us to here. I've been literally counting down the days to get to this talk with you guys. There is so much tea to tell. There is so much to share. There's so much to update you guys on. There's like 2025 is ahead of us. And it is your oyster, as the saying goes. And as I've threatened many times now in the Hear Ye announcement channel, you get to choose what's going to happen with your 2025. The choice is yours. This could be, and it's not hyperbole to say, the most important year of your life. If you'll choose it. If you'll choose it. So, I'm very much looking forward to tonight. Very much, very much. That lousy little heater thing. That is a shame that that's not gonna run. I needed that. Because it's snowing outside. Oh well, guess we do it the old school way. Little heater doesn't work. I've got this little like radiant heater thing. Like really old and janky. I got it secondhand. Doesn't work. So we're just gonna be cold. That's alright. That's alright. Oi. But I chose to be in community. Laughs, tears, and all. I will also contribute gymnastics lessons for those who are interested. Pinch. Gang. One of the things that made the last week so gosh darn special was that thing right there. Inquire further at the desk of Binge with Lee. He also answers to gymnastics with Lee. It could be gymnastics, it could be a soft yay, it could be gymnast, he could be a gymnast. Ask him to see his portfolio of his work, and you too will be wowed and grateful. It's really something. It's really something. Hi, Ivana. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Happy 2025. Oy. Okay. If you or Hoprite ever want to start a plant channel, you have a regular view from me. Aw, thanks, Suki. Couple people have asked. I don't, it's not in the immediate plans. Not in the immediate plans, but I appreciate that. Yes, I do. Is tired. Oh, it'll be chilly here. 20F. I don't know what it is here, but it's cold. Yeah, it's below freezing with the wind chill. That's gonna be something. And it's, yeah, snowing. Just like actively snowing right now. So I love that. I love the snow. Okay. First things first. there are some announcements and stuff I want to get to, but I'm going to start with the 3 components. Wait, should I do announcements first? Yeah, I won't get through the 3 components if I don't. Okay, so 3 components, what comprise an ideal talk. I've got some announcement stuff, some fun stuff to share, and then some logistics stuff, some new things that are being rolled out that I'm unveiling for the first time here now on stream. The only people who know about them are the high-level patrons who've been in attendance the last handful of months for the bonus talks. At a certain tier, they get access to behind-the-scenes type stuff. That's how the Patreon and the coffee programs work, okay? The higher up you go, the more access you get. Some people get early access to content. Some people get to vote on games and contribute to what games get played on stream. Others get to hear and give input on like decisions I'm making for the work. Others get to hear direction of the channel, big changes that are coming, plans that I have. I get to run ideas by them and see what people with the most interest, the most skin in the game, as it were, have. So I have run a bunch of these things by some of them, the people who've been in attendance, and I finally get to unveil a lot of that stuff publicly here tonight. So stick around while we get through these 3 components, yeah? We're gonna do the thing. My goodness, the man that is so sexy. If he was on the Titanic, the iceberg would have melted. Pound, I swear. Thank you. It's quite kind. Quite kind. Gonna watch your vid a few more times right now. Haha, Boogan. Yeah, if you guys wanna, you can pull up a tab of that. There you go. We'll do it again. There it is. If you guys wanna, you can pull that up. Pull up a new tab, mute the tab, and just loop it a couple times. It's pretty fun. I've gotten a kick out of you guys telling me what's happening with that video because I'm busy and I am not sitting here hovering over that thing. So it's funny when you guys are the ones telling me. Okay, if you are new here, this is a special message to you guys, okay? If you're new here, and by new I mean you've not been involved in the Mafia for more than the past 4 months, okay? Maybe that's when you found us, maybe that's when you followed, maybe you're not plugged into the Mafia community Discord, and any of those sorts of things, okay? Maybe you're new around these parts, and all you've known about Friday nights before now is plants, yeah. The plant streams, for better or worse, took the place of what we call Gus Talks. Now, you've seen in the title down there on the description or the title over on YouTube or on Twitch. I'm on both right now. I'm multi-streaming. You've seen on the title perhaps that it says talk number whatever. That's what this is referring to. How many of these non-gaming nights I've had. Okay. The number has gone up as the plant streams have taken the place of them. But the spirit of what a Gus Talk is not something that I've delivered on in the last 4 or so months as we've been doing plant stuffs, okay? So there's some to say about this. Friday nights are not for the faint of heart. Friday nights are different than your standard fare, your usual fare on Twitch. And that's, of course, by design. I say all the time, and even in these last 4 months, you will have heard me say, because it's a habit by this point to say something as important as this, I believe that we ought pursue real relationships, that we ought foster real relationships so that they'll last. Right here, using this medium, imperfect though it be. The Discord takes us a step further, right? Getting plugged in on Wednesdays with the rendezvous takes us a step further. And that's, well, more to say about that soon here tonight. But my aim is to foster and champion those real relationships, okay? And real relationships involve the silly and the serious and everything in between. It's both, okay? It's both. If someone doesn't know your innermost thoughts, your innermost beliefs, they don't know who you are, chance you don't know who you are either. Because we learn a lot of this stuff by processing out loud, by sharing stories, by rubbing up against one another and seeing, what comes off. There's so much to say. Friday nights are the seriousness. very often. The plants again took the place of this for the last several months. Now, for our first talk of 2025, we return to the serious. This is where we make our bones here in the Mafia. All right? This is where we separate I was going to say the weak from the strong. That's somewhat apt. We separate the courageous from the cowardly. With these talks, historically, I have had and talked about three components, what comprise an ideal talk. Three elements that accompany an ideal talk, okay? In groups that I'm a part of, IRL, people I meet with in person, I have a friend who once called these lubricant for good conversation, and that always stuck with me. So it's something that I like to partake in if I'm at all able, and that is good drink, the first, okay? Element number one, good drink. And here's where you get to join me, okay? By all means, let me know in chat what it is you are partaking of for good drink. It needn't to be alcoholic, though mine will be. It could be coffee, it could be tea, it could be water, okay? Whatever it is you got, tell me what it is in chat you've got for component number one, for element number one of an ideal talk, okay? You drop it over there in chat. Tell me the tea while I grab my definitely not tea. And I'm gonna go straight for a very special bottle tonight to kick off this auspicious evening with you guys. Kicking off 2025, right? You already know. Yeah, we're going for the Port Charlotte. So we're gonna do. Going for the Port Charlotte. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Okay. You get a little bit of bottle asthma. That doesn't change. Oh, yes. Oh, easy now. Easy now, boy. Okay. Element number two. Now this is something that I get all sorts of excited about right now. Element number two. My goodness gracious. Something that a good deal of you, great many of you, don't even know is a thing around these parts because it's been so long. Good smoke. That's right, I get to have a cigar tonight, you guys. It's a big logistics setup teardown mess in order to have a cigar in of doors, but we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. So I need but a moment to set things up for this. But a moment, if you'll indulge me. I need to go grab... Oh, did I not bring in... Ugh, bollocks, of course I didn't. Of course I forgot something. It's always one thing. That's frustrating. All right. Sadly, chair stream. Just for a second. Now's a good time to use the restroom if you need to. Grab yourself your anti-tilt, your beverage of choice, good drink for the evening, whatever it is. We'll reconvene here in 60 seconds or so, yeah? All right, ready, set, go. Let's see how the microphone do. See how it goes. It's gonna be a wreck. It's gonna be a wreck. That sits there. That moves there. This needs to get the heck out of the way. Over here. Because it's complicated, you guys. It's complicated, that's why. That's why. We don't want to ruin all of the stuff and all of the things. No, we don't. No, we don't. We want to be good stewards. Good stewards of all the technology, all of the stuff and the things. Okay. Trying to be careful. Trying to be wise. Very good. That goes there. That goes there. That goes there. Ha! Excellent. All right. We're in place. We're in place. Element number 2 of an ideal talk. As I was saying, good smoke. So, what have we got? We have a special smoke tonight. A special smoke indeed. One that I haven't had in a long while. Long while. And tonight is just the occasion that I was waiting for to partake with you guys. Kind of a big to-do, and I'm quite excited. Quite excited indeed. That going. All right. Toothpick, thank you for your service. Sit tight, I will yet have need of your services. Actually, don't even remember the name of this one. I think this is the Ruination. Could be wrong. I don't have the box anymore. But, element number 2. I get a Man of War tonight. The Man of War Ruination. And that's pretty slick. It's a nice smoke. And it's significant in another way, too. And I'll be getting into that here in a little bit tonight about some changes that are coming. Get a punch going here. Try not to mess all this up. Okay, let's see. Let me see. Ooh. I know I'm missing chat. I apologize. I'm grateful to everybody who's answering questions, welcoming in our new joins, and all of that jazz. I appreciate it. Pep, it's good to see you. Saw that name pop out. That yellow pops. Really do. It really do. Okay. Let's see what we got. Let's see. Wow, I missed a ton of stuff. What the heck? Is there a channel for gains? Ah, Fitness Dirty. I'm sure that was probably answered. Dumbbells in the Clips channel. This is a fitness stream now. Ha ha ha. I mean, it depends. It could be not safe for Gus. That's where the food goes. Is not safe for Gus. It could be in Confabulating. Any of those are good places, Sir Boogan. Any of those. Go X! Good to see you, my friend. Welcome, welcome. I apologize for missing you guys. I'm gonna miss a bunch of chat here. I just want to see that I didn't absolutely pass anybody over. Thank you for calling out the CNR. Guts, I appreciate you very much. Jar, it's good to see you, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. I'd have no friends if I shared my true thoughts. You'd have no friends. Well, you also have no friends if you don't share them. And it's tough. It's tough. Much to say. Much to say. Let's see. Let me see here. Bee's Knees. Binge is pretty cool. It's true. Okay, we've got the tea. Excellent. Trusty water. I got you. Got water. Gatorade Zero. Cool Blue. Okay. Hot Yorkshire tea. Wow, spiffing Brit would be proud, Madam Silver. Sipping earth juice. Mud? Blue isn't a flavor, Ryan. I don't know what that. I don't know, but that's funny. Coffee, water, and soda. A 3-banger. Okay, I got you. It was a good one. It was a good thump. It's true. We've got coffee. Okay, Sabrina's got coffee. Very excited. Godfather word of the day. Bollocks. Indeed, Ferret. Indeed. Favorite part of the stream, the thump. Boogan likes it. Get smooches. I did. I did get smooches. We've got ginger ale. Nice guts. Okay. Got it. Chair never liked the cold. The cold never bothered Chair anyway. All the parents out there went, why? It was a disturbance in the forest. Door! Welcome, Door. I like the cold. A lot. A lot. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I prefer the cold. Same, Sabrina Twinsies. I only say that in summer. That's right. That's right. Let me see here. Scroll bars. Hey. Oh, Hot Bride's here. Hell yeah. Hot Bride's here, baby. Love. Oh, dies. Bye. Oh no. Wait, been shot? Been shot, the Hot Bride? Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Oh my goodness gracious. Truth will set you free. It's true, Door. True. Not at all. We all aspire to be like you, with the female version of Keanu Reeves. Oh, wow. That's Yeah, hear that, babe? You're the female Keanu. The Fianu, as it were. I don't know how wise it would be to sandwich food and fitness. I'm not strong enough to make good choices. I've got some words for that tonight. Too old for Frozen. But you got it anyways, Leanne, didn't you? You got it anyways. My goodness gracious. A Dora and Blues Clues song. Yes, there she is, Ivana. You found her. You finally get to give the Snoggles proper like. Okay, so we've got good drink on hand. We've got good smoke that we're gonna get going here. Hang on. Let's get that going, shall we? We're set. Let's do it. I'm paranoid. Paranoid I forgot something. I'm sure that I did. Good smoke. Good drink, good smoke, and component number 3. Each week, dear friends, this is where I come empty-handed. It's good company. None of this happens without you. None of this happens without the patrons who voted with their hard-won dollars to see that this is a project with a shot at a future. None of this happens without all the lurkers out there who set aside time to pull up tabs early. None of this happens without any of you who set an alarm and wake up absurdly early to catch some of a talk, some of a stream before they've got to run off to the rest of their lives. Good company. Each week I count on you. And it's, again, it says a great deal about the caliber of human who would choose hard mode, who would choose the difficult. There's the silliness, yes, and most people can handle the silliness. But the serious? Less so. So it's to you, that very caliber of human, who chooses this, that I get to raise my first glass of the evening. Dear friends, to you. Cheers. Time to close the gates indeed, Leanne. Time to close the gates indeed. Friends, Friday nights there are strictures in place that aren't typical to the rest of the streaming week, including follower-only mode in chat. This keeps out the bad actors. People get to find out what it is we're doing here. Get to read what's going on the bottom of the screen here. Acclimatize themselves such that worst case scenarios, they've got at least 10 minutes to read the room before they jump in. And I appreciate you guys welcoming in the new joins, even as they can't speak. Fielding their questions once they can, if they stick around. All of that means a heck of a lot that you would do that for me. As much of Friday nights, I am sort of holding forth. I've grabbed hold of something and I'm running with it. I don't want to lose my train of thought. Second, raids are disabled. All raids are disabled. I appreciate, you guys have heard me say this 1,000 times. I appreciate raids like crazy. I take them incredibly seriously. It's an enormous vote of confidence, and it's a serious burden that I aim to steward well. That said, I get very excited for raids. Raids are an exciting thing. It's a big to-do, and I want to celebrate them. I want to stop what I'm doing and celebrate them. And it would be a disservice to those raiding for me to field them on Friday nights during the talks. We're often getting to some very serious stuff, and tonight will absolutely be that. Tonight will absolutely be serious business. And it would be very jarring, very incongruous for new folks to come in on a raid and for us to field all that hype with the depth, from the depths where we will be, okay? So I am... Closing the gates is a good way of phrasing it, like Leanne did. The people who are here for hard mode, the people who are here for the serious, are the people who are here. No one will end up here by accident, right? No one will land here because someone else raided and they just wake up. You're good, you're finally awake. Like, the people who are here for the serious are the people who choose to be. So, in that sense also, any numbers that are reflected in terms of viewers on Friday nights are the true numbers, not inflated by raids and the like. I'm a big fan of raids. Can't say it enough. And I'm grateful to everybody who wants to. My ask is that you indulge me for these Friday nights, appreciate the seriousness of that which we are embarked upon. And raid tomorrow night, raid Saturday night, raid Tuesday night, where I will be streaming both, and we'll be back to the silliness. Friday nights. Friday nights, no such love. So welcome. Zin, it's good to see you. Sem, welcome in. Welcome, welcome, gang. Thanks in particular to the public patrons, by the way. People who have gone above and beyond with their subscription support of this thing to give it a future. Aki, Bootless, Dano, Leanne, Ferret, Goose, Jen, Joke, Abby, Pelly, Marty, Karma, Pre, Zen, Ryan, Thump, Tech, Mouse, Trotsky, Pell, Milk, Dragon, Season number 1, and Zin. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. And thank you for dropping all the links for all of the things, gang. I appreciate it. Ronnie, good to see you, my friend. Welcome, welcome. I hope you like the plant video if you get around to watching it. I know it's super long. A bunch of folks are like, I want to watch the thing. That's very kind. That's over there in chat again. Very kind. I haven't even made a command for it. I didn't even think about it. I did not think too much into it. obviously. It's long, but plant people like long house tours. So, it's a thing, and I couldn't do it any shorter. I went as fast as I could. But I skimmed it. It was awesome. I'm glad that you liked it, Ronnie. I appreciate you indulging me. That's very sweet. Very sweet. Yeah, that video has it's done quite well for itself, surprisingly. Yeah. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Yeah. Speaking of Saturday nights, what about them? Is a snoggled ack. Unexpected surprise snoggle. Okay. Alright, gang. So, first to the sort of the fun stuff first, okay? We get to the less than serious, and then we get to the serious. The fun stuff first. The next game, yes, speaking of Saturday night, what Leanne's on about here, is the patrons have voted. At a certain tier, at Capos and above, they get to vote on the next titles that we tackle, okay? I'm still not playing Apex at the moment because I've not built the new PC yet. I am trying to do that in a measured, controlled manner that does not disrupt my streaming whatsoever, okay? I am building the thing such that I can get it ready for an immediate swap. I want to get everything ready and running and working and tested and proven before I shut down any of this. Okay, so we're looking at February before I probably get back to Apex, all right? That's some announcement for you. And the patrons have heard some of this, so they're getting some repetition here. But they also get to vote on the games that are outside of Apex, and such as I'm not playing Apex right now because my CPU needs replacing and all of that, I'm doubling up on the anything but Apex time, right? I get to play it twice. So they've voted, and you guys are the first ones now hearing this. Tomorrow night, I will be firing up a little game, a little indie game that I don't know how many people have heard of, called Sheepy. Sheepy. That starts tomorrow night. It is, for a normal person, probably a single stream game. For a normal person, if you've been around here longer than 3 seconds, you will have just gone, oh, okay. So how long is it going to take you, Gus? Right. No. I've seen stranger things than me finishing a stream in a single evening. That's happened before. It's actually happened. I played a game that took 35 minutes to beat, actually. And the game said that it was a 12-minute game or something like that, and I took 35. So, you know, math. I will see how that goes, but then we have another game lined up after that. In case I finish it all in one stream, we have another short game lined up that they voted for called Ape Out, okay? Ape Out. That is going to be fired up as soon as I finish Sheepy. Now, I'm going to leave you with those two short ones, which, best case scenario, I finish on Tuesday. More likely, I will finish the twos of those together next Saturday, okay? I've got short streams next weekend, unfortunately, because of military stuffs, okay? Next Friday night, the 10th, and then Saturday, the 11th, will both be short streams. Military stuff is screwing with my schedule. More to say about that as we get a little bit closer. But yes, I'm expecting to finish both of those games by the end of next Saturday's stream. So between those 3 streams. Worst case scenario, it'll be the Tuesday after that, given how, you know, we'll see how much we get done in a given stream, right? We'll see how far we get. We'll see. And then I'll let you guys know what the next game is after that. Also, again, decided on by the patrons. It's a little bit longer. So, we'll do the short, we'll bang out these 2 short ones first, and then we'll move on to the next, yeah? Okay. Twinsies Blood, it's good to see you, my friend. Welcome in, sir. Happy 2025. It's good to see you. By the way, your plant, your derriere plant, was well received. People like the name, my friend. That was a kicker. Joke, I don't know if you're around for this evening. You're probably buried in work and stuff and things. But there's also a fun comment in the YouTube, on that YouTube video for that house tour. People really love the name Morgan Freeman. So, yeah. I got to the squid plant, bus driver, and then got distracted. Saved my watch later. I appreciate that, fair. That's what I do. I save it for later, you guys. Save it for later. Secondary PC system as a backup. Yep. Hopelessly optimistic. Exactly, Mel. Hopelessly optimistic. The package arrived safe. I am told that it has, Sem. I have not picked it up yet. I apologize. Today was a crazy busy day for me, and I've not left my home today. Yeah, I haven't picked it up, but I'm told that it's arrived. I've not gone to the mailbox, so I will let you know. Very excited for this talk. Also, Binge might be going to Ireland this year. That right? Wait, is there like a gymnast competition of some kind? I'm not familiar with the world of gymnastics, so I just assume there's some sort of high-level competition that you're partaking in. Is that what it is? That's really congratulations, my guy. Even if you don't win, like competing, there's something there. It's really big to do. Let's see. So those are the next games in the lineup. Then military stuff next weekend. Okay. Something that won't be too silly. And I'm not going to go into all of the details. And for the very few of you who do know some more details about this, okay? The very few of you, including like Hot Bride here, who know the reasons why, the calculus, the thinking, the whatever, I will ask that you not expand upon my words here. This night is special for another reason. It's unique, it's different. This is the last drink and the last smoke that I'm gonna have for a while. The proper components, yes, of an ideal talk are good drink and good smoke, no doubt. And I love them, and I enjoy it. I don't have a addiction or anything. I don't have any... It's not a vice. This is not me making a New Year's resolution to quit. There's no, like, I have like 2 cigars a week, okay? One on Monday nights with the guys, and one here with you guys. And that's on a good week when I've got to have this. So I've had very few cigars in a while, right? This has not been a problem point for me. Same thing goes with drinking, okay? Though I have a bunch. Excuse me. The thing is, people with alcohol problems don't have a bunch of bottles around, am I right? I've got 110, 115 bottles of all manner of things. Yeah, I don't have an alcohol problem. I mean, I have a logistics problem, but I don't have an alcohol problem. So that's not the reason, okay? But I am going to be fixating's the wrong word. I'm going to be giving far more time to what Boogan said here a bit ago. He said, Dee Dee and I are on a fitness journey. Yes, I am doing the same. I know that alcohol is an incredibly calorie dense thing, and it's a source of inflammation in the body. It causes a bunch of problems basically everywhere, no matter the amount. So what I am curious to do is to maximize my health outcomes by cutting out all of the bad. Okay? So kicking off 2025 here, I will be partaking in some fairly serious diet changes. Because I want to maximize my health, okay? I have not felt good about my health or my weight for a while, and I'm tired of it, so I'm doing something about it. I have already doubled my workout regimen. I will probably add more to that now that I've established a habit, okay? I'm building up more and more and more. And I'm also gonna be cutting back on a lot of bad things. All the processed food, Hot Bride and I are getting rid of it, okay? If we can't make it at home, we're not having it. Something to that effect, all right? No more alcohol, no more cigars.
That's what I'm going to be doing. Okay. I fast on Wednesdays. Those of you who attend the CNRs know this. You know that I sit there and complain, yes, about my terrible black coffee that doesn't initiate an insulin response. Yep, that's very annoying to have that. But yeah, Wednesdays I do that, but it's not enough. It's not enough. My metabolism isn't what it was when I was 19, and I need to change some things. It has to happen. And I'm going to be doing this for science, for my health, for my well-being, for the well-being of my marriage, and for the well-being of this relationship. And I'll expand upon that notion as we go into tonight's material, okay? You'll be like, what? You'll see. You'll see. So tonight is a special thing. I get to have, for the first talk of 2025, good drink and good smoke, and they will also be the last drink and the last smoke of 6 months, 7 months, something like that. That gives me enough time to reset every system in my body, to have all the cells replace themselves, to do all of the sciencing, to do all of the health maximizing, okay, all the min-maxing. That gives me enough time. After that, I'll have another drink and another smoke, okay? I mean, it's possible that I could be like, I'll never go back. I mean, possible, but that's not my intention, okay? This is for a fixed, finite amount of time. Oh, well, it's not fixed yet. I haven't figured out an end date, but it's for a finite amount of time, and then I can revisit. In the meantime, you guys are going to be the last ones who have all the components of an ideal talk all in one place. So, special occasion. Special occasion. Lots of recipes to try, yes. On a serious note, it's because of my film. Main character's Irish. Only write what you know, yes. Aim to have some idea of the country, like respect for culture, sites, visit a few spots in the countryside. I like it. I like it. I think you like it. I'll know if you go to Dublin or not, because when you come back, I'll just ask you, what does it smell like in Dublin? And anybody who's been there has an answer. If you haven't, you won't. Okay. Drink is hot peach tea to soothe my throat. Are you not done being dead yet? I thought you were crawled out of the coffin. My guy. Madness, I say. Madness. I'm sorry to hear that you're still in it, my friend. It's lousy. Hope you and yours are doing well. Hope you guys are doing okay. Okay, so that's some scheduling business. There's some logistics stuff covered. All right. Now comes sort of a big item. This is a big thing. For the past several months now, like 3 or 4 months, I've been teasing that I had a plan, or at least in the earliest days of that, had the outlines, the workings of a plan. Now it's a functioning, breathing plan, to expand the rendezvous, okay? Again, if you don't know about what happens on Wednesdays, if you are not yet plugged in on Wednesdays with the Mafia community, I can't stress enough how important it is to be in a community like this one. It doesn't have to be the Mafia, okay? But you do need community. I do mean you. Not one, not like somebody else, you. Every single person. It doesn't matter if you're an introvert or an extrovert, you are wired for community. We all are, okay? And we die without it. See all evidence, all empirical data for all of the countries of people who are dying of loneliness and so forth, including probably the country that you're in, okay? So, we die without community. You need it. Doesn't have to be the Mafia community, but regular, okay, consistent commitment to community, you need it. And you could do worse than the Mafia. Right there, that thing, the rendezvous, this thing, the CNR, we call them the Cosa Nostra rendezvous. These are groups that are designed on purpose built, okay, to be smaller groups where we're not lost in syntax trying to fret about, like, sending complex thoughts through text, okay? This is where we get to put a face to the name and actually get to, like, read the room, sharpen one another when it comes to humaning. It's where we get our humaning reps in, is what I like to say, all right? In 2024, we are not forced into community with people anymore. Once upon a time, you're in a small town, there's no internet, you're forced to know people, to interact with people. Nowadays, everything can be door dashed. Everything can just be shipped straight to your door. You never even have to interact with a human if you don't want to, okay? So the rendezvous, just like regular community, any real community, require that you opt in. You will not accidentally find yourself in good community these days, okay? Opt in. Opt in. That said, the way that it's worked is I am present all Wednesday, okay? I've got a 15, 16, sometimes 17-hour day on Wednesdays because I'm there for all these different groups back to back to back to back, okay? And I what's the word I'm after here? Facilitate. I was like, it's an F word. It's an F word. I facilitate those meetings from start to finish, okay? All these different groups all day long. But there's a cap on how many people are in them. And that's because it's sort of an intimacy cap. It's a logistics cap as well. If it's 30 people, it's virtually impossible to sort of get to everyone, to hear from everybody. But also when it comes to intimacy, too many people, you're not going to have it. You're not going to share your deep darks. You're not going to process the difficult things. You're not going to want to. A lot of people will clam up, in particular the introverts, right? So they are designed, purpose-built groups to be capped at like 8 people. Some of them have 9 people, okay, something like that. But as we've gone on in this year, they've filled up. In particular, these last 6, 7, 8 weeks, they have filled up. If you are not in a group, and I've encouraged you to get in them, and you're like, well, my schedule, wait, they work all day, okay? There's different groups. It's 90 minutes. It's not an all-day thing for any of you. It's 90 minutes once a week, okay? You pick a time slot, and then that's your group. Okay, you say, okay, with my work schedule, my school schedule, my life schedule, my whatever, this is the time slot that I can make work and that I can commit to and that I can show up to. That's what you do, all right? That's opting in to hard mode. That's choosing this life. You pick a time slot. Problem is, a bunch of you in the past couple months have been like, oh, I want to join. Hey, can I join this group? No, it's full. As the groups have filled up, we've capped them. And starting this week, starting this past Wednesday, the 1st, we actually moved. The way that I did these full groups is they have had, each of the rendezvous groups have hidden channels, okay? They've got hidden chat channels and hidden voice channels that only they could see. That's where, if they have follow-up conversation, if you want to do life meaningfully with the members of your group, apart from the mafia writ large, apart from the whole, that's where it's taking place, okay? If someone asks, hey, that thing was going on with your family, well, how's that been going? Maybe that's not appropriate for confabulating, right? Maybe that's not appropriate for gen chat. Maybe that's not appropriate for chat here. Where we do those things is in our tight-knit communities, okay? In those chat rooms, in those groups. Now, I want people to be able to jump in. Historically, people have asked, how do I do it? Do I have to RSVP? Do I have to let you know I'm coming? No. On Wednesdays, you go to the events tab in the top left, and you can see Cosa Nostra Rendezvous, all right? And you'll see them time listed, and they're all localized to your time zone, wherever you are, okay? And you'll see the various time groups that are available. For reference right now, you're not gonna see them. They're gonna be like, there's like 3. Right, because those are the only 3 left that have room up till today, till my announcing this right now, okay? And so several people have been like, I can't make those times work. Those are in the middle of my work day. Those are in the middle of my school day, whatever, right? And I have said for a couple months now, hold on, January. First talk in January, I am going to unveil the plan for expansion here. And I'm going to talk about how we can scale this. This has not been something that I've come to lightly or easily. I have consulted with, again, those high-level patrons for months and months to sort this out, to run the numbers. Actually, in talking about scaling the CNRs, that's been a project for over a year now, in talking about how best to do this. And that's what I'm finally getting to discuss with you here tonight. I appreciate the patience of everybody who has said, Gus, I want to be brave. I want to take the leap. I want to take that first step. I want to get plugged into community. I want to try this humaning thing. I want to opt in. And you've indulged me and you've been patient for the weeks where there hasn't been room. We haven't been ready to do this just yet. And now we will have a way. For reference, the CNRs, I'm in Nevada, okay, Pacific time zone, I'm on Pacific time. It's like GMT -8 or something like that. I don't know. It's currently 9 p.m. for me, okay? It's 9 p.m. on Friday the 3rd. That's your time zone difference here. I'm like 19 hours removed from like Suki and the other Aussies. It's like 12 hours removed from our friends in the Middle East and Africa and parts of Europe. We've got some pretty big gaps, okay? Those start at 9 a.m. my time, and the last one, and it's 90 minutes, okay? And the last one starts at 9 p.m. my time. So the latest one starts right now, well, 12 minutes ago on Wednesdays, okay? So wherever you are right now in the world, whatever time zone you're in, sun's up, sun's down, okay? Sun's out, guns out, wherever you are right now, 12 minutes ago, now 13 minutes ago, the latest CNR group starts, but on Wednesdays, okay? But 2 days ago, but 48 hours ago. You're like, I'm in the future, it's Saturday. Right, okay, 48 hours ago. 2 days ago from right now is when the latest group begins. That's your sort of time thing. And then 12 hours before that is when the first one begins. And there's all these groups all day long. Okay, now you know the spread. Find one that works for you. They start every 2 hours. 9, 11, 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. A lot of groups. And now to the meat of it. Bez! Hello, Mr. Bez. It's good to see you, Bez. It was in his hat. Wow, that's crazy. It was his hat. That's nuts. Bez, welcome. Good to see you. Spark, welcome, welcome. I've been wanting to join, but the times are either during work hours. Yes, exactly what Silver's saying, you guys. That's yes. Time with my husband after work. Wednesdays are just busy for me. I understand. And yes, the times that have been available have not been amazing for the last couple months. This is something that will be fixed heretofore. All right. I like that intimate and personal things have appropriate channels. Prefer communities that are organized and not having just one channel for anything, including trauma dumping. Right. Yes, I don't have such a channel, Spark, for precisely that reason. I don't think that that's the medium for it. I don't have any rules, like for my chat down here on Twitch. A lot of people are like, no trauma dumping in chat. That's, I think, an inadequate way of talking about something as serious as this. It does you, the person who is struggling with something, a disservice. It's not that I can't field the questions. I can. It's not that I'm afraid of them. I'm not. And it's not that I haven't heard it, and I probably have. It's that aside from getting plugged into an intimate, real community, a close-knit group of people who actually demonstrate care, talking about it in chat won't solve anything. And this is going to be some of our theme tonight. But first, the logistics of the rendezvous. The two are tied. Me explaining how the rendezvous are to be expanded, and tonight's talk. They're the same. Because the ask is the same. EST is midnight right now. Thank you, Sam. Yes. Pum or M. Midnight. Yeah. See? You see? It's tough. Tough, you guys. It's tough. Wheels joined. Is that right, Guts? Is that what I'm seeing over there? Oh my goodness gracious. Well, Wheels, I didn't warn you, but consider this your warning. Mafia is a welcoming sort. The rules to get in are not easy, and that's by design, because again, I believe in the silly and the serious, and the people who issue with the serious won't like the mafia. It's not, you're not welcome. It's, you won't like it. You won't want to partake. Real people want real relationships. You can make something magical happen with the mafia community. So, those rules are by design. The folks who can get past those rules, it says a little something about them. And the mafia is a welcoming sort, like recognizing like, and they tend to show that welcome via stickers. So any of the rest of you out there who are considering joining the mafia, getting in on the life as Wheels here has, consider yourselves warned and expect your notifications to blow up for a week or 3. That's pretty standard. Welcome in. Rather have someone trauma dump in my chat than have no one to talk to, but that's my opinion. I got you, Sim. Rather carry the weight of someone's tears than bear the weight of their casket. So I have no trauma dumping rule, and my DMs are always open to those who need it. And for what it's worth, I can vouch for Pep with this one. Pep has a reputation that precedes him with this. There are a handful of others, but here Pep is, so I'm using him as an example. Okay. The way that the CNRs are going to look is not different than they are now. Okay. The structure, the format, the timing, all of that stays the same. I know a bunch of you are worried that I was going to upend the whole system and all of that. No. There will be a different reason why some people will be upset. How do we scale them? My question that I wrestled with for a very long time. And believe me, I exhausted all sorts of options. If you don't believe me, you don't want to believe me, you can ask those high-level patrons, and they'll tell you. I did absolutely everything in my power to have my cake and eat it too. I've been selfish. When I received very helpful suggestions for how to scale these things, I often went, no, there's got to be another way. What if and my solution was always, what if I put in more hours? What if I sacrifice this other thing instead? What if I give up this and do this in its place? What if I, and in the best case scenario, I would sacrifice my productivity and a lot of the work that I'm doing for the rest of the channel and the community. And it's not a long-term solution, it's a short-term solution. That's the best case scenario. What I landed on, what we landed on, what I ended up conceding to brighter minds than mine after, yeah, no joke, over a year of talking about this. Is that I will have to leave. The groups that are full, the groups that have been smooth sailing for a while, the groups that are humming along, buzzing, chat's going, everybody knows everybody, faces to the name, communities have been built and established, hearts have been broken and mended. They know what the CNR is. It's not to say they're perfect, it's not to say all the problems have been solved. That's absolutely not what I'm saying. They never will be. Life's not like that. But those groups who have a full group and who know what this thing is, they know what we're after. They've seen me do this thing. They've seen me model sometimes well, sometimes poorly, what a rendezvous group is, what it looks like, how it functions, how to manage time, again, for better or worse, because sometimes I'm selfish. where I run over that time right up to the next group. Because I want to spend more time with you. I want to squeeze every minute that I have with you out. Every minute possible, I want to remain. And I want to talk about your life. And I want to talk about your world. And I want to talk about your hurts and your struggles. And what's happening. I want to do that. And selfishly, I have clung to that. And for that, I'm sorry. I've done a poor job of modeling something as like time management. But for the groups who know what these are and who've committed to community, my constant admonition, pick a group, show up. Or as Dear Aki likes to say, commit to the bit. He's big on that one. I will have to leave those groups. The reason that now you guys, all of you in the Mafia, who've agreed to the rules and can see all the channels and all of that, right? The reason that you guys, starting on Wednesday, can see further down over on the left sidebar, over on that feed, you can see voice channels with crew names that you can't access. You're like, what the coffee crew? What is that? You click on it and it says, you don't have permissions to look at this channel. Why is that there? I had a bunch of you, a bunch of you, very kindly. Don't ever stop being like this, okay? I need it. Very kindly said, Gus, I think you're messing with permissions again. Did someone allow you to push buttons again? They shouldn't have. Very bad. Your permissions are messed up. People can see things that maybe they shouldn't see. I can see channels that I shouldn't be able to see, I don't think. And I asked, couldn't you see any content? Well, no, I can see the channels, but I can't click on them. Ah, okay. Then yes, this is by design. Those groups are full. Now, this is not happening this minute, okay? This is not happening today. This is not being kicked off this next week, okay? I'm going to talk more about that in a minute. Let me finish this thought before I get there. The groups that you can see, if you right now are not plugged into a CNR group, or maybe you are, and you're like, why can I see other CNR groups? Those are the crew names, okay? Some of them have come up with clever names. Some of them still need to come up with clever names that have something to do with the story of that group, okay? There's something in the character of that group, and that's where the names spring from. They choose the names of those crews, not me, okay? The members, the people, the beating heart of those crews pick the names and commit to them. Starting once we kick this off, and that'll be in a couple weeks, okay? And again, I'll elucidate here in a minute. They will continue to meet, but in their channels. You'll be able to see them meet. You'll be able to see people doing life together. I want people to watch you. I want people to see you doing life together. I want them to see the life that you bring to our halls. Because you do. I've had a bunch of new joins, incidentally. For those of you who don't know, I've had people come in, and some of you are here, who've said, like, what is happening on Wednesdays? What is there's just like people all day long. Sometimes there's 2 or 3 different, there's what it's not most of the week, but Wednesdays. What's that? The rendezvous. This is doing life together. It's a lot of people committed to doing life together. There is a public nature to this. You guys are showing the world what it looks like to do this. To a world that's unfamiliar with this now. You are modeling it for them. Most of you who attend groups right now, and even some of you who haven't, will have heard me say many times up to this point, don't suspect that the chief beneficiary of your joining a rendezvous group is you. It may very well be someone else. It may very well be others, broadly speaking. When I point people to who knows this life, who's been doing this, where's the proof in the pudding? The people I might very well point to are those crews whose numbers are full and who are humming along and who, again, know what this is, who know the cost, who know, yes, the benefit, they know the perks, but they also understand the burden. They understand the cost of real community and the commitment thereto. My ask is that you continue to do that. And I'm going to talk with the CNR groups next Wednesday in our intimate settings about this, less formally. I'm going to answer whatever guys questions you guys have, logistics, questions, concerns, comments, criticisms, heckling, all of that. I will be in attendance, okay, and I will be going through the regular groups with all the regular folks. I hope that if you have questions, that you'll bring them up then. I have given this, again, no small amount of thought. I owe you that much. I owe the seriousness of this thing, this bid toward real community. I owe it that much. 12 months more spent thinking about what if this, what about this case, what about this scenario, what if this happens, what if. I have fretted about this. I have agonized over this for a long time. Please do me the courtesy of bringing your questions, for which I have answers. But still bring them. Still come. Now, why I say this won't be starting next Wednesday. My plan for the groups where the time slot is full, a good example of this is the 9 p.m. group. Again, the one that's 48 hours ago plus half an hour on Wednesdays, okay? From right now. That group filled up pretty quickly because that is an availability for a bunch of different time zones, and it got pretty full pretty darn fast, okay? Those group members will continue to meet at that time, and when they do, once we kick this off, when they do, they will be doing so in a publicly visible channel, crew chat, for just them. I will be sitting in whatever open voice channel in the Mafia I have the new event linked to. Does that make sense? Just like it is right now. Over there in the chess pieces, there's a spot, and I'm going to be sitting in one of those to start a new crew. To start another one. To show the ropes to a new batch of courageous individuals. And try to be better about time management so that they have a better model. All of you this year, I appreciate your patience in being guinea pigs for my indulgence, for my lack of responsibility in time management and all of that. And I appreciate that. And I will try to do a better job going forward. But I'm going to be starting parallel groups. I expect that I'll be sitting there with very few people for a little while as the groups fill up, okay? But this is the way that it scales. And now you know how the cycle will be. We're experimenting with this, but this is the way that it scales. This is the way that it works. Everything else I tried to do, again, is selfish and doesn't work. As much as I want to stick around and continue to do life with those groups the way that I have been, in the capacity that I have been, it's not possible. It's not possible because there are more people to serve. There are more people to serve. The reason that this is not starting on Wednesday is because I still want to meet with the regular crews and field questions, okay? And I want to do that, excuse me, for the next couple weeks here, okay? For 2 weeks. Let me look at my calendar again just to make sure that's accurate. For at least those 2 weeks. It might be 3. By the end of the month, what I'm hoping to do is to have folks who wish to join one of those time slots. I've never asked that people RSVP before, but in this case, what I'm going to do is ask that those people indicate interest, okay? I'm going to be creating a event for them. They're going to be visible up in the events tab because that's what I point people to, okay? when you're here in chat, when I'm on stream and I say, hey, get plugged into a CNR group, go to the events tab and find them, I want them to be listed there. Now, I've never asked people historically to click like interested or whatever, because we just have people show up. What I would like to do is, if you're comfortable using that thing, or if you want to DM me, whatever, say, I want to do this time slot. Okay? If you can do that, then I can plan. It's not going to happen all at once either, okay? The different groups, there are still, of the original batch of groups, there are still several that aren't full yet. Okay? There's several that have like only a few people because it's a weird time slot. I'm still going to be meeting with those folks for a spell here, all right? Like there's still time availability. So indicate which time slot you're interested in, let me know, and then based on that, once I know that I've got someone, I can kick them off. All right? I don't intend to sit in an empty voice call by myself for 90 minutes several times throughout the day on a Wednesday, because I'll just work. As fun as that sounds to me, I'll just work. I'll put my head down and do editing, and I will get lost in it. And if I could, again, selfishly, what I would want to be doing is spending that time with the CNR group that's already established and running, who I know, and check in with them. But I don't get to do that. So I would like to know who is interested so that I can plan accordingly. That's going to be somewhat fluid. I know not everybody's here. I know not everybody's hearing this right now. There's no way for me to get this word out clearly. Even if I ping everybody in the Hear Ye announcement channel, not everybody reads those. There's going to be a lot that's lost here. So another big ask that I have of you guys is that you answer questions. If people ask, they go, what's this thing about the CNRs? That you direct them toward resources. Now, to that end, I'm going to be implementing something new, also probably in the next week here, okay? As we kick off a new season? Batch? I don't know. As we kick off more CNRs, more people, new gatherings, as we enter this new chapter, I'm going to be putting in place a more user-friendly UI in the Discord that people can navigate more easily, that people can find information more readily, that people can, and unfortunately, this is another thing where selfishly I've been doing something and I had to have the council, and I appreciate the council of my highest supporters in talking about all of this. I have been selfishly prioritizing funsies over readability in chat channel names and all of that jazz, okay? I'm going to be changing some stuff around to make it a little more user-friendly for the new joins, all right? You're fresh to the life. You don't know what most of the stuff is. I'm gonna put some guidelines in place, okay? And I'm grateful I'm grateful to those of you who will help me in that transition and help the new joins through that transition period. Again, fielding questions, welcoming people. I'm very often not in chat when you guys are. There's a bunch of you guys at a bunch of different time zones asking and answering questions. I'm grateful. You're keeping the lights on, and that means a heck of a lot. But there's going to be some transparency in terms of what things look like, how things work, where there hasn't been in the past. I appreciate opacity. Okay, I like the opacity of a lot of the things that I've implemented. I like that. My choice. I have to give up some of that for the benefit of others. Again, I've been selfish, and for that I'm sorry. Expect changes about that in the next week or so. Okay, let me catch up. James, holy crap, James, it's good to see you, my friend. You're still alive. Good. I'm glad to have you here. I hope that if you haven't heard the last 16 minutes, better be safe. If you haven't heard the last 20 minutes of what I've been talking about with the expansion of the CNRs, I hope that you will set a timer or go back on YouTube right now or something, because you can rewind on YouTube. We're multi-streaming to both, you guys. and hear all of that, because my guy, gotta have you plugged in. Gotta have you plugged in. I can say the same thing for a bunch of you folk. James, it's very good to see you. Okay. Now let me read you guys' chat. I'm gonna quickly, if there are questions that I ought to field on Wednesday within your group, I will indicate as much. But I'm gonna try and catch up here pretty quickly, okay? Darth, it's good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Terrible person to talk to for problems. I got enough of my own. Ooh. I highly doubt it'll be anyone's funeral. I've been ignored a majority of my life. Stick around. Much to say about that tonight. Similar view on that. I'd rather be a shoulder for someone to cry on than just have to cry at their funeral. Garth, it's good to have you in. I will admit I've been ignored a lot of my life as well, solely due to the fact that I'm different to everyone else. Because of all that, my mind is racing. 25-8. 25-8. I don't think you're selfish, bad at time management. I appreciate your trying to round the corner on it, Sem. That means a lot. I'm grateful for it. Round off the sharp corners. No, it's selfishness. I have, again, given this no small amount of thought. This is not news to me. And it's not empty self-deprecation either. It is selfishness that has prevented me from implementing decisions that would have benefited more people sooner. Wanting to give everyone time and space is the exact opposite of selfish, right? But I've not been giving people time and space. I've been selfishly hoarding their time and their space. Mouse, hello! Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate your bandwidth. Coffee Crew? Coffee Crew is the, that morning crew, Ivana. That's what they were called. What they are called, yeah. But that group's full. Yep. All the different crews, as they come into their own, will have to, as they develop a character of their own, will have to come up with new names. And someday, there'll be a long list of names, funny names down there, of different groups, different crews that are meeting. There's more logistics that I'm going to speak to you about that also. Here in a second. Misfits group is a great group to join if you've always felt like an outcast. Ah, except the Misfits are full, Darth. The theme here is CNRs are good. That's the point. A well-run rendezvous group is good. A functioning rendezvous group is good. The challenge, I'll talk more about that challenge in a minute. Smiles and waves like a real Chad. Like a real Chad, Pep. That's right. What is the meaning of life? That is the subject of my second Gus Talk Spark. It's up on YouTube. It's literally titled that. You can go watch it. Pep the rep for Chads. We've got a handful of Chads represented tonight. Life on its own is nothing. Life, the universe, and everything. 42. Ah, yes, yes. Question for life. Yeah, 6 times 8, yeah. Back, road trip postponed. Sabrina, what the heck? Weather? Flat tire? Hope you guys are okay. But welcome back. It's good to have you back. Good to have you back indeed. Yeah. I do hope you'll pop in and see the OG groups occasionally. I will address that on Wednesday. Remind me to bring that back up on Wednesday, would you, Guts? It's an excellent question, point, remark. Excellent. Joke, hello, Joke. Hydrate, anti-tilt. Oh my word. Good to see you, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for calling out, Joke. Okay, we're hydrating. Anti-tilt, and boy, we've got a fancy tonight. Yes, we do. Good to see you, my friend. If you didn't hear earlier, because I was like, he's probably buried in work, the houseplant tour joke, which again, it's right here for any of you who haven't watched it yet. There it is as a houseplant tour. It's apparently kind of blown up. Anyways, joke. The names that you've come up with for plants, quite popular. Quite popular, gotta say. Gots to say. You can go read the comments if you don't believe me. I will keep in touch. I'll be here listening. Good, James. Have a lovely night and a great stream, Marine. Heading off to bed. Bedtime is now a thing for this rabbit. It's true. Responsible bedtimes. We'll talk to you soon, Thump. Talk to you soon. Gonna be honest, I was worried you was gonna say you were not gonna be in our CNR, and it's just gonna be us. And I want to be honest, without you there is no CNR to me. I would not find the drive to join, just my opinion. I will be that sentiment is precisely the subject of the rest of my talk tonight. Paul, sorry. That is why I have agonized so over this. Now, for specific case-by-case basis sorts of things, I'll be talking about that stuff with you guys on Wednesday, with each of the rendezvous groups, okay? I will be addressing all of you guys. It's going to be the purpose. Tonight, I'm going to be talking broad principles. If something's important enough, time can be made for it. Change class schedules, work schedules just to be there. It's that valuable to me. And I appreciate me having you there, Benj, and that sentiment. Kimmy, it's good to see you, Kimmy. Welcome in. I apologize for being so far behind on chat and not catching you the moment you popped in. It's very good to see you, madam. Happy 2025 to you. We can be the RNC because we are a backyard CNR. I don't get a joke. Marsh! Hello, Marsh. Good to see you. Also, apologize for missing you when you came in. We thought about allowing trusted folks who are on a single time slot on days times that work for that leader. It'd be well-vetted folks that allow you to have more of your thing. Also have CNRs outside of your schedule. Thank you for asking, Marsh. I do have an answer to that question. Yes, I do. And that is what I was going to address. Not immediately next, but next. Yes. Okay. Okay. Friend thought it was tomorrow. Oh, and scheduled for work today. Oh, boo. All right, well. All right, Sabrina. All right, at least it's not, I'm glad that it's not something tragic. That's good, good. Saw it was second most watched. You hear that, Leanne? It's Leanne's favorite pastime right now, joke, is staying on top of this thing, her and a couple others. What are we up to, Leanne? Is it the second most watched video at the moment? Redact my last statement. No, I got you, Marsh. I've got a, it's a good question. It is on my list of things to address. Yes. From the book, the point of view is that it makes no sense. Yeah. Good old hitchhikers. Much love. You're absolutely fine. Pish posh. I am here trying to be welcoming, as if at all possible, to all people at all times. It's just the whole being human thing makes it very difficult to do. So, okay. I say that because having Dragoness in the group, I was able to open up a little since I've known her for years, realizing that I felt more comfortable with you, found that I could let my guard down with you and her. It's changed me and the support you've given. I don't want to lose that. Again, much to say, Pa. Much to say. And I appreciate your sharing. I do. I appreciate the sentiment a great deal. Wednesday. Let me refresh. I was having it run in the background. Hilarious, Leanne. Hello, scholarly people. Wow, Harold, it's good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome. Still showing 2,180 views. That's kind of crazy. Quite the viewage number. Yeah, it's quite popular. Okay, so I want to address a couple things, including what Marsh said. I have much to say about the spirit of Rendezvous tonight and the spirit of community, and in particular, precisely my meaning will be the spirit of hard mode. That's what I'm going to be talking about more tonight. That's going to be the rest of our time together. The reason that, for those of you who I've only met recently, in the last 12 months that is, you may not know that the Rendezvous were a logistics scheduling nightmare for me in their earliest implementation. I did speak to trusted leaders, as you indicated, Marsh, people who are interested in doing this sort of thing, and I really tried to hash out a scheduling system. We had straw polls that we ran. We had a ton of stuff, and it was not clean and it wasn't scalable, and it didn't work. Now we do it on Wednesdays. I have committed a seventh of my life to the Rendezvous. One day out of my week, I don't do anything else. I don't even have food, right? I just meet with you guys. I wake up, I shave, I get dressed, I sit down, I do community for 16 hours. Okay? That's what I do. That's how my Wednesdays go. As I said, my purpose was to show you guys what is possible with these. Now, I also threatened in my mentioning of this talk tonight, talking about the first talks of 2025, the talks in January. That's to say nothing for how miserably difficult the talks of February will be. I'm not going to go too far into it here right now. I can't. February will be hard. This is going to be hard for different reasons. January is going to be tough for different reasons. But even the people who survive January, February is going to be hard. If you choose, however, to be brave, to exercise courage, if you choose as I've said several times now in my announcements, 2025 could be the most important year of your life. I don't know how many of you read my go live from tonight. That is the spirit that I'm bringing to January. Very quickly, the logistics thing. I wanted to demonstrate what the Rendezvous are. I wanted to demonstrate what they could be. Some groups have done it. Some groups, I attend all of them. Some groups have taken the notion of what a rendezvous is and they've sprinted with it. They've run off. It's incredible the things that some of these groups have done. They have committed, as Aki likes to say, they commit to the bit. And the conversations that are going on in the channels that you guys can't see, are flying with philosophical delvings, with wrestling about this very serious topics. Some of the heaviest things in the whole world, in the whole of the human experience, several groups have been grappling with in their midst, amongst their number. Other groups, even full ones, have not. Some have thought it a social club, a social get-together, well, this is an opportunity to hang out. Right, it is that, among other things. Again, I'll be expanding on this sentiment quite a bit here tonight. You won't have to wait for that. The groups that, and I mean groups as a greater than the sum of their parts entity. Some groups have been ready for me to leave for a while. And again, I've been selfish in remaining. There are people who need to know what these things are. There are people who need to live this stuff. And I've not been making that possible because I've selfishly clung to the groups that are ready to fly. Other groups are not ready. Other groups are just small. Not afraid of depth, not afraid of the serious, but there's like 2 people, right? And yeah, that lends itself to some very great conversations. Don't get me wrong. Like some of those are my favorite calls. It's like, oh, I get to have like a one-on-one chat. I get to talk to 2 people. Get to hear about some really serious stuff. That's great. But if after a year, and I get that some people's experience, some people's background, some people's traumas, some people's hang-ups, some people's proclivities, inclinations, wirings, personalities, I get that some personalities lend themselves better to opening up than others, to risking than others. I get that. But some of these groups have been going and have been full and have been active for a year. How long is too long is a question that I have had to wrestle with for, when did I start that conversation? 4 months, 5 months ago, maybe 6 months ago. Those groups that are humming along, those groups, okay, that have bought in, those groups who are opted into hard mode, those ones who are doing it. This is something that is an encouragement to each of you, and it's going to be news to those of you who aren't in those higher level patron tiers that I've talked to about this previously. I'm going to be vague with names here, but you'll get the meaning. There's a crew where, and this has happened with several, but I'm using one of them in my mind, where one of its members, longtime member, contributing active member, had a drastic work schedule change, okay? Big change. And they absolutely cannot attend their time slot anymore. It's a total flip-flop. Can't be there for that group time anymore. Can't happen. In fact, it's almost impossible to make it on a Wednesday at all. Okay, there's a handful of folks like that. Some of you are here right now who are like, Wednesday? Oh, okay. First I have this. That's like Tuesdays for me, okay? And yes, Wednesdays now for me, for obvious reasons. I get that. What we're going to do, because the way that it works right now, Wednesdays, as it is, the groups that are in Wednesdays, one might call it and one might think of it as training wheels. This is us getting our footing, getting our bearing, learning the ropes of these things. And it's when I can make it happen. Again, it's like a logistics nightmare was trying to make these things happen. And Wednesdays was the day for the training wheels. That's how it was working. That's how it's going, okay? Those groups that are now on their own, they don't need to consider my schedule anymore. They don't have to. So, to stick with that one group as an example, they could say, all of the members could say, and I'm not, this is not me guilting them, you gotta do this thing, not at all, but you can see, you'll understand my purpose. They could go, no, we refuse to lose so-and-so. They were a valuable member of the crew, it's not the same without them, and we don't want them adrift out there in the cold, dark interwebs. No, okay, hey, and they'll all get together. They could get together and go, hey, when can you make work? When can we all make work? We 7, we 8. When can we make it happen? Let's all check our schedules. Oh, it's Friday morning at 4:30 a.m. Sick. Let's do it. Fine. You can even get together and run under the CNR banner. Baby, let's go. You know what they are. You know how valuable they are. Otherwise, you wouldn't be an untethered group that's getting off of training wheels. If you're a group that's like that and you're ready to go, sky's the limit. Work with your group and figure something. Change if you need to. Meet at a different time. It's not like the voice channels are locked. There have been people who are like, hey, can I start a group at this time to do X? Sure. And then they don't. Why not? I know why. What some people want is the cult of personality. What some people want is me. And while I'm flattered, that is also not scalable, is it? I have just charged myself with being selfish many times tonight, and that's true. And this has come as the result of a lot of searching and a lot of thinking and a lot of wrestling and some processing with some very invested people here in the Mafia. I have to step away from my selfishness because this isn't about me. This is about you. This is about the people we haven't met yet. Now, to answer some of the logistics questions that some of you have, well, what if that group says, we want to meet at this time, and another person can't make it? Well, obviously, they've got to hash all that out through communication. Maybe they have a crucial conversation about it, right? All of our building blocks that we've used, all of the shared vocabulary that we established in 2024, going through the books together. I know I didn't meet all of you yet at that point, but all of that, rubber meets the road now. And for those of you out there who said, books, what do I need that for? And then I answered your question with, it's to give us a shared vocabulary. It's not necessarily about you, though it will be of benefit to you. I can assure you it will be, to go through these books, to go through these cornerstones. It's to have a common shared vocabulary so that when we say, you need to be out of the box about this idea. How about having a heart at peace instead of a heart at war? And having a crucial conversation, shared pools of meaning. You know what that means. You've already done the work. You know what is required of you. And you know how important it is that you show up. And yet, there are many this year who said, no, I'm here for the silliness, Gus. I'm definitely for this hard mode thing, though. No, I'm in. Yeah, I'm in for hard mode. I'm one of the cool kids. Yeah. I'm down for this hard mode thing. Yeah. Oh, but I don't need a book. No. Or a common refrain that I get, and here's where I begin to be insensitive. Gus, I don't need hard mode. My life is hard enough. Hard mode, that's my everyday. Hard mode, Gus, no. Because of this thing in my life, I live nightmare mode. My whole life is terrible, Gus. I couldn't possibly do this hard mode thing you're talking about. I am above what you're talking about, Gus. Training wheels, Gus. No. And who are you anyways to tell me how to do something in my life? Right. Right. I can't make anyone do anything. I can't force anyone to do anything. I can't cajole anyone into life change. I can point you to the resources that have been helpful to me, which is what I have been attempting to do for 3 years now. Being on the internet. It's wild. 3 years. What you do with that is yours. Tonight's stream title is "The Cage is Locked from the Inside." Again, there's much more to say, but you have the keys, not me. I have some definitions that I'm going to be going into with my talking points tonight, with my lecture tonight. That will be, if you allow them to be, helpful to you. They'll be useless, if not. That's true of all of my work. That's true of the CNRs. That's true of hard mode. 2025 could be the most important year of your life. Or what I wrote for tonight's Go Live. How's that working for you? Now, what I'm not saying is that every single member of a group who's not full or ready to fly or something is somehow defective or are all unserious individuals. That's not true. It's not true. It would not be accurate to say that. It isn't. But some people have opted for the shallows. And it takes courage to step outside of them. And part of my work in the rendezvous groups up to this point has been to demonstrate some of the depth, yes. Yeah, look, you can swim out here, your feet won't touch the ground, right? This is a little scarier. Yes, I can demonstrate some of that. But I cannot pull. Not all the time. That is enabling. I need to see who's willing to try. And I have been watching for a year. I have been watching who does what, who is opting in, and who's opting out. Because some people have just very clearly opted out. Some people are like, it's good vibes only, all the, buzzwords, this, that. Some people are not interested in what I'm teaching. Not interested. That's very clear. Others have been tentative, but maybe step out, maybe try, and that shows, and that's valuable. And if you feel like perhaps that's you, if you feel like, hey, I'm in an unserious group, and I'm worried, talk to me. We'll talk on Wednesday in the groups, yes, but also reach out to me severally. Reach out to me in the DMs. It doesn't need to be tonight. I won't be able to get to it tonight. It's going to be a very, very, very busy next couple weeks. But I will attempt to get back to you with all haste. And I will handle these things on a case-by-case basis because you're individuals. You're not interchangeable widgets, okay? That's not how I see you, which is why this has been so agonizing for me. Now, the groups that move. Okay, one of the logistics questions is, what happens if, say, that first example I gave, someone's schedule changes. You know what? Let's make this like really sort of black and white here, okay? Say a crew is on its own and a member dies. Okay, that happens. Death happens. We're gonna be talking more about that 2 Fridays from now. Sit tight. Buckle up. What then? The groups ought not be massive in size. They don't work that way. Again, logistics problems arise. But it's its own group. My encouragement will be, yeah, have a group that is a manageable size that can continue to do the stuff that we've done. That's yeah. But it ain't my group. None of them are my groups. None of them have been my group. Which is why I didn't choose the names for the groups. Which is why I'm not the one who always dictates what's talked about in the groups. What uses the time. I have used my influence, yes, to sort of push and pull sometimes, but other times, the 90 minutes fly by and nothing serious was talked about at all. It's not always serious, by the way. There's a lot of silliness. There's a lot more of that, and we're going to be talking about that tonight. About what this thing is, what hard mode is. It's the purpose of tonight's talk. We're only here now at our halfway point, and yes, I've much left to describe, and I want to read your guys' chat here. Again, there's probably things I won't be able to address right now, but I've said that. Each group will be able to do what they want, and if they've got openings, they can recruit. They know what CNRs look like. And if I'm sitting over here giving my blessing, like, baby, go. You guys know what you're doing. You're on, like, you guys are flying. Go, baby, go. Then I'm not worried about them recruiting. I'm not worried about them being like, hey, so-and-so, we're meeting at this time of the week. Can you join us? Hey, we're at this weird time. And it probably won't. And this is what many of you are doing is what I probably did, which is you're planning like for 6 weeks from now. You're planning 8 weeks from now. And you're like, but there will only be one group and how many will do this? I'm thinking years ahead, which is what I had to do for this. Also why it was so difficult. How does this scale indefinitely is the question that I refused to answer. I didn't want to. I wanted to selfishly sit in what we have. What I need is your help. To help others. Some definitions very quickly. I was sitting Monday night, my Monday night men's group. Some of you guys know more about this than others. This is my whiskey and cigar group. We also talk about life. It's like a CNR group, okay? A little bit different. Here's how. The group starts every Monday night. We go to different people's houses. It's always in someone's backyard, fire pit, whiskey, cigars, okay? And it's like freaking cold outside, so we need a bigger fire. Some propane heaters are going, we're all bundled up. And depending on like, someone's like, I got food figured out, I'm making tri-tip. Oh baby, yeah, we'll be there. Maybe it's pizza, maybe it's no food, whatever, okay? And it starts every Monday night, we get there, and over the course of, it starts at like 5 p.m. local time, something like that, somewhere around there. It's really loose usually, but usually not really much earlier than 5. People will show up for the next 4 hours, depending on when they get off of work, depending on what they doing with their family, with the kids' obligations, whatever, okay, travel. But the bulk of the people will get there between 5 and 6, and it's 12 to 15 guys, okay? You'll see why I'm telling this story. And we kind of just shoot the shit for a while. Yeah, we kind of just chew the fat. Some guys will be talking about whatever with sports. Maybe one of them's even got the game on his phone and they're like, what's going on over there? You know, we'll talk about something that someone's reading. We're planning a camping trip over here. We're reminiscing about the Ireland trip, the UK trip, going over to Scotland. And like, when can we go again, you know? And we've got 5 or 6 different bottles of whiskey out. And this is a fun, again, you'll take my meaning here. And the bottles will be a price point anywhere from $30 as low as it'll go these days. We're all kind of pinkies out at this point. So $30 to say $60, say $70, somewhere in there, okay? And there's all these bottles out, and we'll be chit-chatting and around a big circle around the fire, right? And about 8 usually, someone will go, all right, well, I've got work in the morning. You know, I gotta get to it. All right, oh, handshakes around. See you, dude. Have a good one. Sling insults at him as he leaves, right? You know, guy talk. And then another guy will probably like, yeah, I should probably go too. I've got this thing with my kids or my wife or whatever. Okay. All right, well, bye. And the circle gets smaller. Hour later, we've talked as a group about some stuff at this point. Usually whomever's like hosting that night will be like, I've got an idea. I've got a question. What do you guys think about this? You know, or I read this thing. What do you guys think about that? Some sort of delving for the evening. Okay. Some sort of topic, some sort of sharpening, or, hey, I'm wrestling with this thing. What do you guys think about that? And some of it's sitting in the ashes, right? Some of it is processing with that person, just being in proximity to that guy. And some of it is, how can we help? What are the logistics problems that you're running into? How can we physically help? How can we actually literally assist you? Cool, that's good. Hour passes, hour and a half passes, another guy goes, all right, I gotta go. Work starts early, okay, bye, I gotta go too. So 3 or 4 guys will leave. And usually by 9, fire still going, but the circle shrinks around that fire. And now it's more difficult to have side conversations, right? Now it's sort of, we're all in this conversation. Might get quieter. And what happens is, inevitably, and this is kind of a funny thing, whomever's hosting, we never spoke about this, we never planned this, this was never a schemed thing, but one of the guys started doing something like this and it sort of took off. It's now sort of like an inside joke with people who are there that late. I'll get to that. We've got all these nice bottles, or these like fine bottles, perfect fine bottles out. And then they'll go, hey, and there's like 6 guys around the fire now at this point. You know, I think I've got a bottle that, you know, I think I do. I think, you know, I'm gonna go, and they go off into the garage or whatever it is, and they come back out with a bottle of Port Charlotte or something. We've since gone past this. Monday night, for instance, just this past Monday night, okay? The Port Charlotte was one of the first bottles out. And I was like, oh, jeez, okay. A little bit of time. Oh, you know, I think I've got a bottle, says the guy hosting. Oh, does he? Oh, okay. Goes into the garage and comes back with a bottle of Ardbeg Anoa. Oh, an Anoa. Okay, you want some? Yes, absolutely. Pour a glass. Oh. And the conversation is better, deeper, slower, more intentional. Time passes, and our host again goes, you know, I just remembered, I think, you know, I just picked up a bottle of something else. Let me go see if I can. And he came out with a bottle of Octomore. That's not a cheap pour. As the night went on, the depth grew deeper. the quality, it's become a metaphor, okay? The quality of the pour you can compare to the quality of the conversation. Now, that's not a bottle that you bring out for a group of 15 dudes because that's a $250 bottle. And it'll vanish in a moment. But maybe you have a little bit of it. For people who aren't thirsty anymore, you know, at this point of the night, you've probably had a little bit of whiskey and you just want something to sip on, something to enjoy, something to chew. The intimacy of the group grows, and so does its quality. There are groups in the CNR lineups that throughout this year, when I say, y'all don't gotta go anywhere, I just do. Because I got a next group to get to, right? There have been groups that have stuck around for long after the group's end. Sometimes it's 5 people, sometimes it's 3 people, sometimes it's just 2. And they'll go to their hidden channels, where none of you historically have been able to see them. And they go and have those conversations, some of them for hours. And that's where the real magic is happening. Not with me. The guys who come to the Monday night group, there's a bunch of dudes there who always leave between like 8:30, and they've never been there for the Shrunken Circle. They've never been one to stick around for the depth. They've always they beggar off to go somewhere else. And that was me for a long time. And I didn't get a lot of this. And now I understand some very serious stuff that I've had the privilege of talking with these gentlemen about in these smaller circles, to the point I'm bringing up this past Monday. One of them said, we sort of talked largely in the group about resolutions, right? Resolutions. But in a sort of a serious way. Not a lose 15 pounds, right? Lose the spare tire. Like some sort of serious resolutions. What kind of man are you going to be in 2025? What are you going to change? What do you need to change? And one of these guys, the guy who was hosting, incidentally, goes, I want to serve more. And I'm gobsmacked. Like, I think of this dude, and I think of all the stuff that this man does. It's a ton of stuff. It's incredible the amount of places that he's like volunteers his time, the work that he does. So much stuff. Oh my gosh. And he says, I want to do more. And I'm like, what? Dude. Circle shrinks, right? People leave. And I get to ask him, we're sipping on Octomore at this point, and I go, what did you mean serve more? Serve more how? You already do this. What do you mean serve more? Like, how are you gonna like have any more time to pour into more people? And he goes, no, not pour into. Now you guys know I love definitions. You guys know I love that. And he goes, no, not pour into. Gus, you can only pour into like 4 or 5 people, like tops. That's it. Everybody else you can serve. Oh, interesting. I like this. This is fascinating to me, and I chewed on this for a long time. And we talked. And let me tell you, how did Monday night end? This is not typical of a Monday night group, okay, for me. Got there at 5. Probably 5:15 when I got there, okay? We had street tacos for dinner. It's pretty cool. Street tacos and freaking great whiskey. And some really good cigars. Like, it was a really good night. Really good night. Now, I typically, because I'm very busy, I got stuff to go, right? I gotta go, I got work to do. So I don't usually stick around super late. Monday night, I didn't leave that man's house until midnight 15. because of this. I got to plumb the depths of the experience of some of these gentlemen when it comes to a distinction, as it became apparent to me, between something like pouring into and serving. What I have selfishly wanted to do with this project is to use that language, to language it as he did, and as we did that Monday night. I have wanted to pour into each of you. That's a lot of people that meet on Wednesdays. Not to mention the bonus talks that I get to have with the patrons once a month. Those conversations go long. When was the last one? Last one I think went 8 hours. Something like that. I've got depth, some measure of depth with the patrons, with the CNR crews, and with some of the, how would I describe people like Joke? Veterans of tolerating me? People I've just known for a really long time. People who've been in here, who've been in the Mafia for a long time. People that I still meet with off hours. Not nearly as much as I'd like to these days anymore. I've been selfish. I enjoy the depth. I want them. I yearn for them. And selfishly, I don't want to give them up for something like an idea of trading out. Picture I show up to a CNR group any time of the day, any one of these groups, and I love where we've been and what we've covered and where what yet lies ahead. And instead of getting to go to that, I have to return to the shallows with new people who've never done this, who have no idea how to, not even, let alone run. No, they don't know how to walk. They gotta learn to crawl. No, it's been selfishness. I want the depths. All right. Before I launch into my lecture, which I do have talking points for, so it'll be a little more structured here, I am actually going to scroll through chat. We'll see how well I do with this. Fridays aren't easy for me to make, but you know I'm checking the VODs to hear the Gus talks. Which is a wild thing to hear, incidentally. From anybody, but let alone busy people. It's not something I take for granted in the slightest. Not even a little bit. 2025 is gonna be a year. It is going to be a year. I keep telling people, like I said in the last announcement, 2025, the world will not look the same 12 months from now. But what happens in your world, that you have control over. You do. You might not think you do. But let me tell you, I just got to talk to the high level patrons, okay? I just got to chat with them about this. And I told them some of my scheming for 2025. I've got 2025 planned out. It doesn't matter what's happening in the world. You have a choice. Each of you does. What will you do with the time you're given? It's going to be a challenging year for everybody, myself included. I'm not immune to this. People are just coming in trying to catch up. Oh my gosh, Harold. I'm so far behind. That's 40 minutes behind. Is it selfish, or are you getting something you need from those groups? Nah, it's you've now heard I've expounded upon this. Yeah, it's selfish. It's selfish. I am being poured into by a lot of people. It's how I can have the life that I have. It's how I can have a level head regardless of what's happening in the world. It's how I'm okay. It's how I have peace, which incidentally is what I'm going to be talking to you guys about for 2025. You'll see. There is great value in these groups for me. Don't misunderstand that. Don't misunderstand me. There's great value in meeting with each of you. I have said each of you are fascinating, even if you don't think so. Many don't. Many do not think themselves interesting, but you are. You each are. Interesting is relative. You might not be a base jumper who tames tigers, but your interesting is different than that. And to them, you might be the interesting one. Okay, that might be normal for someone who does that. I know people who literally like teach scuba diving in Costa Rica. That's their job, okay? They do that all the time. That's really interesting to some people. It's not interesting to them. They do it all the time. It's their job. Interesting is relative. So yes, I get something out of each of these relationships and each of these conversations. Logistically, and this is sort of the end of that Monday night thing, I told you that when he said, I want to serve more, right? I was like, how? What? Dude, that's crazy. In hindsight, afterwards, I'm sitting there going, and you're hearing this right now. You're going, you're thinking the same thing that it took me an embarrassing amount of time to reach, okay? That's what I'm doing. It's exactly what I want. I want to serve more. How? My question has constantly been, how? How do I do that? And the answer, like every patron call, here's a look behind the curtain, you guys. All of those bonus talks that I've had with those patrons, in some way, shape, or form, include a string of questions for them about how I can do this or that better. And the answer inevitably is, get out of your own way. Stop shooting yourself in both feet all the time. Yeah. How do you inject stagnant groups with conversations that challenge them? Conversations that raise questions, conversations that create challenge. How do you? How does one? Well, for instance, I suspect this Wednesday will be an interesting one, given what we've talked about here. Sometimes what I've done is, to answer this question relatively quickly, because I do need to do that, is I have introduced a topic. We've had reading for a lot of 2024. We went through these books together, and I said, okay, for the serious among you who are doing this stuff, who are embarked upon these things, here on Friday nights, I would say, okay, bring these questions to group on Wednesday, because I want that to be the topic of discussion. I want to get to this. I want to know what you guys think about this that we just read, this notion, this difficult topic. I want to know what you guys think on Wednesday. Get to Wednesday, no one's done any reading. Some of them have the book and they go, oh, nah. And they're not busy. no like demanding work schedule, no demanding life or family schedule. They just, okay. Again, can't make anyone do anything. Can't force anyone to do anything. You don't want to read, you don't want to read. That's fine. That's your choice. Others, I'll say, okay, well, here's the topic. I don't want to talk about it. Oh, all right. What would you like to talk about? This convention that I'm going to for insert hobby here. Okay, awesome. Okay. We can do that. That's fine. Next week, we're going to have another sneak peek, you guys. The next part of the book that we're going to be talking about is fairly serious, and I really am curious to hear you guys' thoughts on it. Next week comes around, nothing. So sometimes I will have a topic because it's what we are doing as the Mafia, and the way to process it properly, like a lot of what's happening here tonight, is going to be on Wednesday. Doing it here in chat, we're missing syntax. I am grateful to everybody who is no doubt fielding questions, who's trying to be helpful, but a lot's going to be lost without the intimacy of groups that you know, that you trust, that you believe to have your best interest in mind. It's going to be lost. A lot of it is. That's not to say it's not worth the attempt. By all means, attempt. We've got to attempt. We must. We will get sharpened by this, and we will get practiced. But it's no substitute. It can't ever be. Though I would like it to be, it can't ever be. As much as I'm like, if I just find the right string of words, not in chat, not in text. I'm glad other people on the internet like my name choices, and they do. Blinker fluid. That's a good idea, Joke. That's a good idea. Oh, that's freaking cold. Oh my gosh. It's almost like it's snowing outside and I have the windows open. Whew. Sorry, my hands are going numb. There's that candle. My source of warmth. Warm my hand. Got a little baby fire right here. Whew. Making AI, yeah. Off topic and opposing what you're explaining, but selfishness is good at the right time. Definitions. You're exactly right, Harold. I'm sure there would be a fun discussion to be had about the definition and applicability. I love the question immediately has my brain buzzing, or your comment immediately has my brain buzzing, and I want to answer it. But you're right. I've not baked in the time for the rabbit trails that I would so love to chase tonight. Vocabulary today is awful. I hate it. I hate all of it. Yeah, it ain't great. In a lot of cases, it ain't. Benefit of the community and his own strained schedule, he has to let a few flocks go and learn on their own. All right, I don't want to enable. I want to teach. I want to encourage, and then I need to let go. Just me. Talks about being selfish during CNRs and such, but he listens to us pour ourselves out, our problems and such. Never lets himself out. He's entitled to being selfish sometimes. He helps us, so he should be able to just go off track once in a while. It's not being selfish. Everyone deserves their time. Right. I've sort of addressed that. I hope you heard as I've attempted to address that, Paul, in Marsh's question also, is I've got a lot of groups in my life. I meet with 2 groups in person every week without question, oftentimes a third. I have several people that I have regular phone correspondences with, sometimes weekly. Not as much anymore. My schedule's filling up, so those are kind of getting edged out a little bit. I have the CNR groups. I have the patron groups. I have an incredible dialogue forever with the Hot Bride. With whom I process things out loud with all of the time. She's the real MVP. Like what I am trying to do, again, as I said at tonight's outset, is show you guys things that have benefited me. You don't have to do anything with that information. You don't have to care what's been of benefit to me. But as I've said historically, if you guys knew the past Gus, and there's no way for you literally just have to believe me. You'd have to take my word for it. I can't show you. You weren't there. You would not be friends with past Gus. You wouldn't be. You wouldn't want to be around him. You wouldn't want to hear from him. You wouldn't ask him questions. You would want to exit his presence as fast as is polite, perhaps faster. I have come a very long ways in the last, someone just did the math, 11 years. 11 years specifically. And in those 11 years, I have changed in so many ways. I am trying, as I meet people who remind me of past Gus in some regards. Incidentally, none of you are as bad as past Gus. None of you that I've yet met. Maybe I'll meet someone. Maybe I'll meet someone that I'm like, holy crap, it's like looking in an old time machine mirror. My goodness gracious. Maybe. But I haven't met you yet. You guys have different problems, different concerns and stuff like that. But you are not impossible. He was. And I want for your benefit. If I can show you that, if I can somehow spare you some of what I've done, I want to. You don't have to, though. I've learned a lot of these things. Not to say I'm perfect, not at all. Again, I attend meetings, groups, guys, the Monday night group, my Tuesday business owners group. I have mentors that I talk with all the time. I am being sharpened. I am being challenged. I am being pushed. I am being encouraged. I am. I'm not perfect. I've got a long ways to go. And more to that here once I catch up with chat. I really do need to catch up with chat. I'm going to start skipping stuff. Sorry. Boom! It's good to see you, my friend. I apologize for being 32 minutes behind on chat. My goodness gracious. Very good to see you. Very good to see you. Monday night groups sound like exactly what I need / want. It's been called, that group, Marsh, has been called an anomaly. This is a really big town, so it's not like just a little tiny town and like it's the talk of the town sort of thing. But like in related circles that people know about our group, some have tried to replicate it, like literally for years, for the better part of a decade. Several groups have tried to replicate what we do on Monday nights. They haven't been able to do it. I'm going to be developing that idea to, at least tangentially, like, not tangentially. What's the word I'm after here? Whatever. I will be sort of addressing that. Obliquely, whatever. I'll be addressing that in February. Silly! It's good to see you, Silly. Hello. How are you doing? Hello. Having any sort of interaction like that, also consistent, is good for anyone. I do that outside of CNRs. Good. Wednesday, my friend group, I send 1-minute video giving an update on our lives. Oh, implement that once a month. We ask a tough question. Oh, interesting. Don't have to be a dude to have these AFK community. 3 to 5 friends in LA and I want to have a beer night. No significant others, no family, a space. Yeah. Yep. It's a good thing. It's an important thing. On-OA sells for 26? No. And On-OA does not sell for 26. That's That's not a thing, Leanne. If you can get an Ardbeg on Oa for 26, I will pay you for like 10 bottles and I'll pay for the shipping. Okay? If you can get that price for an on Oa, the guys will thank you. Okay? They're not stupid expensive, but it's like an $80 bottle. College friend group and I just had this conversation on our annual boys trip. I love that you had an annual boys trip, Marsh. Super good. We try to do that. That's one of the groups I mentioned. We try to get together. It's my old college buddies, but they live in a different state, different schedules. Some have kids now. Makes it tough. We know when the patron chat happens, it's an all-nighter. It's an all-nighter. It's true. You used to call me on my cell phone? Is that a song lyric? Why are there quotes? I don't know songs. You know I don't know music, joke. Seasoned members, hilarious. I don't know how I can respond given my current status. Your current status, silly? I don't know what the current status is. I'm sorry, I'm very behind. Very behind. You're gonna lose me to medicated sleep. Guts! Ah! No, I'm sorry. I'll come back to this tomorrow with the VOD. I can catch the actual talk. See you on Wednesday. Thank you for being here, my friend. It means a heck of a lot. Get that good slap. Okay, I'm gonna scroll fast. How does one get notified of these patron talks? When do they happen? There are... Let's see, was this answered? Scroll. This was not answered. Yes, it was. It was. Excellent. Thank you for answering questions, Mel. Everybody else who's answering questions, I appreciate you. Man is not shaped by solitude, but by the hands and hearts of those around him. Community is the forge where character is molded, and in its warmth we find the strength to become the best version of ourselves. Very poetic, Binge. Very poetic. I fall asleepies. Ivana, you're already asleep, but for posterity, thank you for being here, my friend. I'll be interested to see the expanded CNR time slots, but I can't stay for the lecture. It's 1:30 a.m. and exhausted. Great night, Gus. Catch up on the VOD. For posterity, thank you, Silver. Scroll.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster.
Look who it is. I know this name. From the herd. Welcome in, Tyr. It's good to see you. I'm very far behind on chat. Also, it's follower-only chat here tonight. There's strictures in place on Friday nights. It's 10 minutes. It's 10 minutes of purgatory, my friend. 10 minutes before anyone can say anything. You know how seriously I take follows. I've said it before. I aim to earn it. And I appreciate your tolerating the strictures that are in place exclusively on Friday nights. It means a heck of a lot. Welcome in. Welcome to the stuff. Welcome to the things. Welcome to the life. Be sure to drop a DM to Gus. Make sure you have the right permissions. Yes. The bonus talks are for capos and above. On Coffee and on Patreon, the bonus talks, or on Coffee and on Patreon, the various tiers and what you get access to are delineated. They are effectively, they're like more access, I guess you could say. I met with the capos, for instance, and talked to them about early access stuff, some scheduling things. I ran some ideas by them on some stuff. And then I went to a family-only call that was like long view, business talk, finance, structure, they're the first ones to hear my processing about business decision type stuff because they're the ones with the skin in the game, right? Now, part of that is actually something I was going to speak to tonight. I really don't have the time to. I've done a bad job. Is it's out of my hands now. It's in the engineer's hands. At the beginning of 2024, I talked about a plan that I had for an invention, an idea to develop a system whereby I could have metrics that measure community involvement that's not financial. It'll measure that too. But this is something that doesn't exist, okay? I spent an entire 4-hour talk with you guys, maybe it's 5 hours, I think we ran into the night with it, where I described the methods that I was, not the methods, the goal that I had of what to implement, what some of the things to measure, with an overall goal of eventually getting to the point where once it's designed and finished and finalized and made sound, and again, that's why it's in the engineer's hands right now, not mine. It's currently being worked on. I just don't have a deliverable at the moment. I want these bonus talks to be, when I say people with skin in the game in the future, and I had hoped it would be far sooner than now. I'm sad to say that 12 months have passed and I don't have a deliverable in my hands. Alas, when I say people with skin in the game, people who are invested, I don't want that to mean just money. Right now, that's access to behind the scenes and business type stuff. That's the metrics that I've got. I have rudimentary metrics for other things, but they're inaccurate, and it's a huge amount of time that historically I spent cataloging every little thing that people did in an attempt to calculate, to sum up someone's involvement in this hard mode idea. Community outreach type stuff, helping with like one another, fielding questions in chat, attending the talks, attending the rendezvous, suggestions for this or that. Like, I literally have like 30 metrics, okay? I would like to say, I would love to be able to tell you, starting 6 months ago, that I have this thing figured out and it is calculating all that stuff. But one of the things that I needed to stop doing was spending all of that time calculating each and every little thing. I need to automate this process. And that is why I have engineers working on it right now. I don't know tech stuff. I don't know technology type things. So now I've got the big brains working on it, but they're big brains for a reason. They're busy. They're busy, so their timetable's not mine. I don't care about the man from the past. I care about what that man has learned from the past. Exactly. And that's what I want to impart on you guys. I'm just telling you, for comparison's sake, it's valuable to know. And that's what that's what your stories are, incidentally. When you share stories with someone, when you talk about where you've been, where you've come from, what you've overcome, what you've faced up to, that tells somebody, I was once one way and now I'm different. What bonds you is discussing what happened in between to go from this to this. That's what talking is. That's what the humaning that we're doing is. That's how we get to have shared pools of meaning. That's it. That's the stuff. Oh, past Gus. You are new Gus. Feel the same way about myself. Past Harold. That's not my name. I like it, Past Harold. Very good. I mean present Harold, talking about Past Harold. I got you. Okay, past Joker's an a-hole. Screwed me over more times than I can count. Although he has dropped me a couple solids. Future Joker, on the other hand, never done. I know, Joke, never done a damn thing. I got it. Unbelievable. Joke's on him, though. I'm gonna ruin his life. I love that. I absolutely love that. That's how far behind you still are. Thank you. I appreciate that. Did I miss anything? Trotsky, it's good to see you, Trotsky. Welcome in. Oh, okay. Scroll. Welcome in. This guy. Hey, look who it is. We could torture Tyr without him saying anything. Yeah, indeed, or something. I don't know. I'm not how far about how into this I am, Marsh, but possible. Tiny home in the woods, life changing. Used to camp in a tent. I'm warming my hand by a candle in case you guys. What is he doing over there? There's a candle right here. and I am thawing out my hands because it is snowing outside and I have windows open. It's tough. Hydrate, anti-tilt. Oh my goodness. Yes, joke is correct. 2 years behind. Another thing that'll be automated at some point. Soon, TM. It won't be soon. Someday, TM. May have 2 people from my community popping in from time slot into my time slot CNR next week. All right, Binge. Bet. Okay, we're gonna get into the lecture, the formal stuff, the actual like talking points. Okay, I have an example that I want to talk about, and you will, having heard everything you just have here tonight, you will understand, hopefully, how this connects, why this ties together, how it ties together. What is hard mode? I've had a bunch of people ask me, what is hard mode? And again, a lot of misunderstandings. And they usually are voiced the same way, which is somebody saying something like what I already mentioned earlier tonight. I already do hard mode, Gus. I was born with this biological defect, and so my legs don't work. I live in hard mode all the time, Gus. Don't talk to me about hard mode. Okay. No. Hard, difficult is relative. Okay? Difficult is relative. I'm going to say a lot of things that are going to upset a lot of people, but they're true things. My aim is to say true things and then cite my sources where necessary. Difficult is relative. You do that all the time, and it might be difficult. For someone else, that might be impossible. It is apples to oranges. It's not a fair comparison in any case, and it's not what I'm on about. Okay? I have no control over the hand that you each were dealt. You have no control over the hand that I was dealt, or the new hand that you get at the start of a new game. Some people seem to hear this phrase and think, the hand that I was dealt. Right, and that is forever my hand. Yeah, all right. In some instances, yeah. Like the whole legs not working thing. Possibly, although technology is fascinating, and there's been a lot of really interesting science out there. And as I mentioned sometime last week, I am the sort of person who would absolutely never settle. If a doctor's like, this is the way it's going to be now, I'm like, cool, I'm going to be an expert on all the stuff that you don't know about because I want a new and novel solution to this thing because I'm not settling. That's just me. Some things, though, height, for instance, although some people are like getting surgeries to be taller now. Not going to go down that hole. Immutables, right? Immutable characteristics. Sure, these are the hand you were dealt. But that's not all the cards that you were dealt. That's not it. You change. We change. And as life goes on, and as new doors open to you, as you hit new milestones of achievement, you are dealt different cards. You know, you've still got your other cards too. And you still got to work with those cards. And that's different for everyone. That ain't going to change. You can lament it all day long. It ain't going to change. You can either do something about it or you can mope about it. Now, the new cards that you're getting, what are you doing to get new cards? What are you putting out there? Are you pursuing anything? Or are you just sitting in a puddle of misery going, if my life is so miserable because of the hand that I was dealt? Cool. Yes, you got to play those cards. But now what? Again, I'm not going to spoil it, even though it's like a 20-year-old movie. You guys should go and watch it. Watch a movie called Men of Honor. Okay? Cuba Gooding Jr., Robert De Niro, about Navy SEALs or Navy divers, okay? Navy divers. Watch that movie. It's outstanding. Outstanding. Some people won't watch it. Some people won't watch it. Some people are like, I don't want life lessons. Get it away from me. I don't know. I shall not be silenced anymore. Welcome in, Tier. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you. I appreciate you tolerating the 10-minute timeout thing. Friday nights, it's follower-only mode for 10 minutes, and raids are disabled when we're doing serious lecture material. I appreciate very much you tolerating that. Very good to have you. Golly, that's a good pour. I'll toast you again just so I can have some more. Welcome. What is hard mode? Changing who you are. Changing who you are takes time and it takes effort. Changing how you appear, in more ways than one, can be cheated. Okay, don't miss this. I'm a build. Let me cook, but don't miss this. Changing who you are takes time and serious effort. Changing how you appear can be cheated. There are shortcuts. It occurs to me I have like 20 tabs open, and half of them have rated out or ended. And someone is very kindly trying to raid me. Man, he doesn't know. If any of you know Whiskey Redbeard, and you wouldn't mind terribly, could someone pop over to his, if you know him, to his chat and let him know? Just copy that message right there. Maybe he's seeing it right now. Maybe he's over here looking at the channel and he's looking at that right there. Whiskey, read the thing. I appreciate the sentiment. It means a heck of a lot. A heck of a lot. Thank you, Excalibur. I appreciate it like crazy. Friday nights, serious stuff. I appreciate raids. They mean a heck of a lot. I want to celebrate raiders. I want to be a good host. When we're in very serious, deep topics, deep conversations, deep stuff, it's very incongruous to host a great raid. Any raid. I love raids. Love them. I don't get to. Friday nights is the exclusion. When we're having these serious talks, when there's this thing running along the bottom, when raids are disabled. Please do pass along my sincere gratitude. That is, of all the people that he could raid, the fact that he would want to raid me means the world. I hope that message makes it to you, Whiskey. In the deep of the deepness. Indeed, Pa. Indeed. Navy Diver is not a fighting man. If it is lost, he will find it. Oh my gosh, boom. I swear. What a freaking great movie. Key! Hello, Key. Cheers to you. It's very good to see you, my friend. Very good to have you in. I hope your own stream went well. It looks like you ended. Yeah. I hope you had a good time. I hope you had a good time. She's playing Elden Ring for I think the first time tonight. Was playing it. Cheers, there he is. I appreciate it, sir. And it won't do. What time is it? You know, I think I've got a bottle. I'm not. Well, do I crack in the past? I'm conflicted. Maybe we. Well, by gosh, by golly. Nope, I don't have the time. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna stick right here and I'm gonna content myself with the Port Charlotte. If you know, you know. Did you hear that? Golly, that was great. Oh yeah. Oh buddy. Gus, it's the last one. Nope. Because then it'll be open. Perhaps I crack that open in 6 months. Perhaps then. Can that command literally just post the current time? Joke. Right? Great, Corkwa. I'm glad you like that film. I know for a fact you have a bottle. I don't know what you mean, Sabrina. This is a Man of War. Ruination. Man of War. That's what I'm on. No, I'm not cracking open an Octomore. No. Okay. Here's where things get rough. But you guys are going to understand my meaning, okay? Follow me. We're here in the depths. You've made it this far. Bear with me. Changing who you are takes time and effort. Changing how you appear can be cheated. This is a notion that I've been chewing on for months. And I thought this is precisely how to describe hard mode. This is precisely how I need to kick off 2025 with the Mafia. In particular for the benefit of the new folks, the new joins, the people who don't yet know why Friday nights are set apart, why Friday nights are unique, why I would do something like disable raids. I want to talk to you about Ozempic. At least in part. Stay with me. Changing who you are takes time and effort. Changing how you appear can be cheated. But so what? What's the harm in taking a shortcut if it gets us to the destination faster, right? Somewhere you want to go, somewhere you want to end up. What's the harm in just getting there, right? Pretty good example of this. You want money, yeah? Tons of folks, countless folks, innumerable humans would say, golly. And some of you are out there right now thinking, if I could only win the lottery, all my problems would go away. If I could just win the lottery, all my stress would go away. All of my worries, all my woes, I wouldn't have to deal with work anymore. I wouldn't have to deal with those stupid coworkers and my awful boss. If I could just win the lottery, right? There's a destination. The destination looks like me with fistfuls of money and financial security, right? That's the destination. And it'd be great if I could just be teleported there. If I could just beam me up, Scotty, and I just arrive there, yeah? I don't need to go through all the hassle and all the trouble and all the heartache and all the ups and downs and the loss and the risk and the years and the right? If I could just arrive, my problems would be over, yeah? On the surface, before I would have said that, it seems like a really sensible question. This is what technology offers us. Now, I am not some Luddite, which would be hilarious, actually, because here I am speaking to you through the medium of the interwebs via a live stream and the 4 programs that make all of that happen to simulcast between the multiples and the Discord community. I'm not some Luddite who fears or eschews technology, okay? Say that right out of the gate here. Once again, bear with me and you will take my meaning. Technology says, why do this long, ponderous process to achieve this result? You can have it now. Some of you are chefs. Okay, some of you are cooks in your own right here in the community. You dabble, you work with food, you experiment. Some of you are quite accomplished when it comes to working with food, okay? I could name you off, but I'll try not to embarrass you. You know who you are. Quite accomplished in the medium of food, okay? Why not just microwave all of your dishes? Why go through the hassle of getting a grill going? You know? You want to have a nice filet mignon? Yeah, you get that nice cut of meat. Why go through all the hassle of getting the heat just right and getting this and that? Why? It could all go wrong. You got to pay close attention. Why? You're hosting people. You're busy. Why not just throw it in the microwave? It'll cook it for you in a big fat hurry. It'll do it right now. And why? Why won't you? Some of you are accomplished artists. You work in mediums of acrylics or watercolors, clay, some of you, eh? Some of you craft and shape something out of nothing. Maybe you do landscape paintings like Boogan and Dee Dee did with that Bob Ross stream a couple weeks back. Maybe some of you do that pixel art stuff, okay, like Xena does. Some of you do pointillism, yeah? Some of you have those art sets where you have to get like individual little gems. One of you was just telling me about this. I think I remember who, but I'm not gonna guess. And you get these little individual gems and you meticulously, tediously place them all, right? In order to build this art. Why bother? Why? Midjourney will do it for you. Midjourney will do it. Why not just hand that to the various AI things? Why not just, you want a landscape? You want like a Bob Ross looking landscape shot? You want to, like, with the mountain and the happy little trees and the happy little bushes and the happy little accidents? What, you want that? Great, that's fine. Midjourney. You just go to any of those. And you just punch it in. I want something in the style of Bob Ross, and I want it to look like this and that, and no, add more eagles. Add more trees. Yeah, they're a little more blue. That's what I want, right? Why? Why not do that? Technology says, and here I'm using the word technology loosely again. I hope you take my meaning. Technology says, don't do a Bob Ross painting. Don't get a canvas. Boogan and Dee Dee, learned at the beginning of this thing they needed a black canvas to work from to start with. They were like, oh, crap, you gotta paint the canvas black, you gotta do all this. Like, why? Why go through the hassle? At some point while they were doing it, and yes, I'm gonna pick on them now, especially since he's leaving. I'm gonna, maybe Dee Dee's still awake though. I'll pick on Boogan. The paint's drying on his brushes, right? He's sitting there painting inside, and she's like, hey, did you wash that off? And he's like, what do you mean? Well, now it's dried onto your brush. Oh, okay, now you have to go get the acetone, and you got to do this and that, and do you have a brush for this? Oh, geez, I didn't get that many brushes. What tool is he using? We don't own one of those. Why go through the hassle? Signed, Technology. Some of you are musicians. And you've written songs. And you've composed works of art over long hours and second-guessing yourself and not this and not that and crumpling it up and trying again. After years of learning how to do it all, how to have the ear for it, and then you really can't, you sit down and you compose something. Maybe you've written a song. Ronnie wrote a song. Ronnie has a song, several songs that she's written. And on her stream, you can redeem Sing to Me. She busts out a guitar and she'll sing you one of her original songs. Why bother? Why bother? Go to ChatGPT. They'll do it for you. Go to any one of those things. Just give it the prompt and go, no, make it a little sadder. No, sadder. No, this is a breakup song. A little sadder. There it is. Okay, good. Got it. Look how much time I've saved you, says technology. On the surface, it seems a really sensible question. Why not cut corners? There's a destination, and I want to get there. I am here, and I don't want to be. I want to be there. Why not cut corners to get there? I hope you're holding in the back of your brain hard mode. It's hard to explain in a way that'll make sense to a 2025 audience. But I'm going to try, so follow me here. You're at the destination now, yes. But you are still the same inadequate person that you were when you began, when you set out. Because you've skipped the trials and the missteps that naturally come along the way, that are part of the way, that are part of the path that lay before you, that are part of it. Because you've skipped those things, you've not grown. You've not matured. You're not wiser than you were. You are the same. The reason that we choose to move in the first place, right? And I'm going to be talking about pain in the coming weeks and months a lot. Pain. Pain is a powerful motivator. And it'll be the thing that forces you to move. It'll be the thing that encourages you to move, I should say. It doesn't force you to move. Some people would just rather die. And they do. It is the motivator. It can be an encouragement to you. Move. The reason you choose, the reason I choose, the reason any of us choose to move in the first place is because there's a problem with where we are, right? Okay? A problem with who we are. A problem with what we are. As I am. As it sits, my current lot, my current set of descriptors, my current business card, my current bio, my current way of being, me, as I am. There's a problem with that. Or so I have decided. Or so pain tells me. Where I am sucks. And that destination over there, looking awfully good. Okay. The reason that we do, the reason that we move is that there's a problem now. Let me talk about myself on this for a bit. I need to lose weight. Okay? I need to lose weight. And I appreciate in advance all of you who go, Gus, you look great. You don't need to lose weight. Compared to me, you don't need to. That's all. I have heard it before. And forgive me, I don't. We're going to move past that, okay? We're going to skip that. I need to lose weight for a whole host of reasons, okay? But here's just one. I'm not done serving you. If I claim, as I do, if I claim to care about your long-term well-being, your growth, your benefit, your maturation, your growth. If I claim to care about that, right, and I indicate interest in sticking around for the long haul to see those benefits, right? If I am in your life and I say, I want to see those benefits come to life, I want to see them realized, I want that, yeah? But then I do nothing to look after my health. And I die at the ripe old age of 33. Of something completely preventable, okay? Let's make this clear. I die of something completely preventable. Doctor says you can't keep doing that, and I do it and I die. What kind of friend am I? Gus, that's not fair. There's gonna be a change of tone in 2025, friends. There are a lot of topics that I have not touched historically. There are a lot of lessons that I've not gone near because I have been worried that some people would be unprepared. We will always have unprepared people in our midst. We are all at different levels here, different levels of maturation, different levels of readiness. I have decided in one of my resolutions for 2025 that insofar as it involves you, the Mafia, and this hard mode business, I need to stop pulling quite a few punches. I'm not going to be wantonly mean or insensitive or something like that, but there are certain topics that I am going to tackle now that I would not have before. Ready or not? There are people who are literally dying to hear these things, and I've not talked about them to spare the delicate sensibilities of someone else. In this medium, I can't control for all of it. So, ready or not? What kind of friend am I if I say to you, to your face, I care about being here to expand your horizons, to be of benefit to you, to serve you, and I die of something that is totally my doing, totally preventable, a train that I saw coming a mile away? Let me change it up a bit though. Say I claim all those same things, right? But instead of dying of complications from, say, obesity and a sedentary lifestyle, right? I obsess about my health. In fact, I spend so much time with all of this, with food prep and the workouts, exercising, and running triathlons, and I'm in the Ironman now and all of that, that I hear me now running all of this, claiming the things that I claim, saying the things that I say, making the promises that I promise. And I'm so busy with all of this stuff that I never even open Discord, let alone interact in Discord. I don't talk to anyone. I don't do the CNRs. I don't answer people's questions. I don't say hi. No stickers for the new join. Just the... that right there. It's a simple example, I know. But it demonstrates my point well enough. What I actually need to do, what one actually needs to do, to make good on my word and my stated intentions in caring about you guys, to see those things realized, what is actually required of me to make good on that is to be virtuous. More specifically, to pursue virtue. And again, what most of you are out there going, what the virtue? the definition that you've got in your brain right now is probably not the one that I'm using. So, like I love to do with all talks, with all the stuff that we delve into, I have to again give us definitions. Let's have a shared vocabulary moment, shall we? Let's get a common definition going so that we can work from it together. Yeah? Okay. I want to go to Aristotle. Aristotle's definition. This brings us back, doesn't it? This brings us back to the foundations of the talks 3 years ago. The first 3, the ones that are edited on YouTube and that I can't bear to look at because by gosh, by golly, I was uncomfortable on camera. Back before I got my new eyes. Aristotle. Aristotle said this: virtue is the golden mean between 2 vices, okay? The one, excess, and the other, of deficiency. The one, excess. The one, deficiency. Virtue is in the middle. That's what Aristotle said, okay? It's the definition I'm going to be working from right here. He also had a hierarchy of mankind, okay? He also had a hierarchy of mankind in the pursuit of this virtue, okay? At the bottom, picture this with me. I don't have infographics, I apologize. At base, okay, the lowest level of this is what he called vicious men, okay? Vicious men. Very bottom of the ladder, very bottom of the hierarchy, vicious men. These are men who who know of their vices and they indulge them anyways. They are aware of their vices, they know that they're vices, they know that they're not good, they know that they could do better, that they perhaps ought to do better. They don't care. They indulge those vices, okay? That was what he described as vicious men. Right above that, the next tier up, was what he called incontinent men. Incontinent men. These are men that are aware that their vices are bad. Okay, they've got vices in life. Everybody has vices. They vary by flavor, but you've got them. We all do. These are the folks who are aware of their vices, know that they're bad, but they are too weak to do anything about them. They're too weak to stop indulging. They know that they ought to stop. They can't. These are sort of a pitiable class of human. These are the folks that you would kind of look at and maybe your heart breaks for them, maybe you recoil. These are the folks who are too weak. Next up on the hierarchy is continent men. Okay, continent men. Vicious men, incontinent men, continent men. These are men who know what is virtuous and what is vicious, and they choose to pursue the virtuous, even though all of the time, not all of the time, but a lot of the time, perhaps more often than not, they wish that they could indulge in their vices. They know what they are, they know they ought not to. They choose to pursue virtue. They choose to pursue virtue. Okay? They've got the options, and in their heart, they want to pursue their vices, but nope, they don't. They struggle, they strain, they work, and they pursue virtue. Okay? This is a lot of people. And I've got a delineation here that I'll make when I say that this is different people regarding different things, okay? This is me with food, with healthy living, healthy diet, okay? Diet specifically, exercise and everything else, just diet specifically, okay? This is a continent person. Above that, okay? Above that, at the top is virtuous men. Virtuous men, as Aristotle again delineated here. They know what's right. They do what's right. And here's the crux, here's the key, here's the hinge of the whole thing. And they enjoy doing what's right. They know what's right, they know what's wrong, but they enjoy doing what's right. That's the virtuous man, as Aristotle, okay, described these. Vicious men, incontinent men, continent men, and virtuous men. According to Aristotle, a virtuous man is one who loves doing what's right for its own sake and does not feel it a burden to live that way. It's not a burden to do the right thing. In fact, they may look at the vicious men, they may look at, we'll stick with the food example here, okay? They may look at all of the super unhealthy food and recoil. They might go, no, I don't want all of your seed oils. I don't want all of your high super processed. No. Let's apply these again to the eating habits, okay? Really simply, really quickly. I'm mismanaging our time. Shocker, I know. The vicious man says, I know that none of this is good for me. I don't care. I'm gonna eat what I want, when I want, how I want. Okay? The incontinent men will say, I really know I shouldn't. I know doc, I know that it's killing me. But have you ever had a pie that tastes just, and they've got food stashed away in their home, and they secretly are in the closet eating the food that their family doesn't think that they have because they tried to build in some sort of accountability, but they're secretly squirreling away the food. Continent men are the ones who, again, like me, know what they ought to be doing with food. They know that they shouldn't have all the super highly processed stuff. They know they shouldn't have all the damn sugar. Okay, they know. And they try very hard to be responsible, to be smart, to eschew the bad, okay? And pursue the good. And sometimes they hit it. But deep down, they're like, kind of just eat freaking sugar. Okay? The virtuous men are the ones who eat healthy, eat clean, and they're happy to do it. They're happy to have sensible meals that are somewhat simple. Anything in a shiny packaging that's fried or coated in sugar, wherever they go, no, thank you. No, I'm good. And they love eating clean. They love the taste of an apple. That's a dessert to them, is an apple. Oh, what a treat to have an apple. Perhaps some grapes. Oh. Okay. The thing is, there's consequences for living in each of these strata. Okay? There's consequences for each of them. If you're at the bottom of the ladder, your health profile reflects it. Just to stick with the food example, okay? Either from over or under eating, right? Same thing. Your vice could be slightly different in under eating. You could have an eating disorder to the effect of anorexia, bulimia, something like that, right? You under eat. There's the category too. So you're at the bottom of the ladder. You have a health profile that shows it, that says, yeah, I can tell that you're living this way, okay? And you're likely to die of it. The knowledge of this, which is apparent to everyone appears to know this, okay? Everyone knows you can't just eat, you can't eat like that all the time. You know it's gonna kill you. You know that's no good. You know it's not gonna work out, okay? Knowing that will be the catalyst for you to change. The fear of that, the worry of that, the specter of death. You go to the doctor and he says, you can't keep doing this. You'll be in an early grave. You've got type 2 diabetes setting in. We're gonna have to chop off your sugar foot. You're going blind. You can't keep doing this. You'll be dead by next year. Well, that's a powerful motivator, isn't it? the fear of what comes next, the fear of the consequence of living at this tier, at any tier down here in the bottom, right, is what will motivate you. That will be the catalyst for change. That will be the thing that encourages you to adjust. You go to the doctor and you're what? Scared straight. He says, look, if you don't change your diet, you're dead in 6 months. I've got kids, I've got a dog, yeah. Well, okay. Bear with me here. This is very, very important. Enter Ozempic. To language it slightly differently, because we now have this shared vocabulary just from tonight's talk. Enter technology. Now, you're in the same doctor's office, yeah? Doc says, you've got to lose the weight or else. You've got to lose the weight or you'll die. You need to get an exercise regimen going. You got to cut out all the sweets. You've got to do this. You've got to do that. Oh, wait, says technology. No, you don't. Why go through all that hassle? Why? No, you're not. No. Listen, maybe that was before, but I've got you. Love technology. I've got you. Ozempic, baby. Or any other, shoot, what are they called? Semaglutides, right? Any other semaglutide, any of the other Ozempic versions or brands that exist out there, any of the semaglutide things that promise you rapid weight loss with ease. Everybody who's on Ozempic, and I know a bunch of guys, in fact, one of them's in my Monday Night Men's group, and we've heard all about it, lose a ton of weight, and they're just not hungry. They're just not hungry anymore, okay? They were eating so much because they were hungry, and, you know, they just get to drop the weight for free. Yeah, there's some side effects, and, you know, it's all relatively new, so we're learning new side effects all the time, but really, they pale in comparison, right? You're gonna die in 6 months. Or you could have some gastrointestinal distress as a side effect from this semaglutide, yeah? We'll just give you a shot. You are now not gonna die as a result of your indulgences and your vices. The thing that would have killed you before, you're not gonna die of it, okay? Or at least you're not gonna die of that thing, that particular genre of death, okay? That particular specter is thus banished by technology. You're welcome, says technology. Which means you no longer have any incentive to change. You won't feel the pressure to. Which means you will remain as you are. You will look different. You will appear different. But you are not different. Who you are is the same. You and the rest of society will medicate away the detrimental effects of not choosing fundamental life change. And thus, taking a shortcut. And shortcuts will become normalized. Oh, if you've got this problem, you don't got to change anything. You just take this pill. that will become normalized. The shortcut will become normalized. So too will the side effects become normalized. Any problems that you then have as a result, the side effects that you now get as a result of taking this shortcut, right? You got some side effects now. That's just the modern condition. That's just the way that things are. Gastrointestinal distress, and sure, this sort of thing could happen, and it's going to kill your appetite, and blah, blah, blah. And maybe you'd have some bouts of illness and violent vomiting. That's just life. That is the norm. Why? Well, because I'm on Ozempic, same as everybody else. So throwing up is just a part of life. All of that discomfort and inability to sleep, and maybe you get some crazy sleepwalking and some crazy frenetic moments and all of the other scary things that people are ending up with. The fact that you've got to stay on this for the rest of your life now and you can't ever stop taking it. So there's a new financial burden on your life, a new bill to pay, just something that's part of life. Well, that bill each month? Well, yeah, that's a bill that I have to pay. I didn't choose it, it just is. We'll attach all sorts of titles and diagnoses to these ways of being, and we'll just accept that life sucks. Life sucks and then you die, right? I have all these crippling bills. From what? Well, from this medication and this medication and this medication and this medication. What was that medication for? Well, that's because I need to have the weight loss thing, so I have to keep taking that, otherwise there's these catastrophic effects. What's the second one for? Well, it's to handle the side effect of the first one, that it mitigates this thing. What's the third? It's to mitigate the side effects of the second one, and the... And pretty soon, you'll be in a call with people comparing bottles. How many medications are you on? Oh, I've got that one too. Gotta collect them all. How many little orange bottles have you got? Well, I've got 6 of them. Oh, hang on, let me go get my box of meds. I wish I had money. Finances are really tight. But this is just the cost of living. What I'm talking about that is missed, what you find on the journey, what you find on the road between where you are, as you are, not what you look like, as you are, as a person. What you find between where you are right now and the destination that you seek, what you find on that road is character. It's precisely what Binge alluded to earlier. Character. What hard mode asks of you, what I ask of you in this, and it's not for everyone, I keep saying that. I want it to be. There is nobody that I'm gonna be like, not for you. Scram. We don't take kindly to your kind around here. Not that. Not that. I want the trolls, damn it. I want the naysayers. I want the haters. I want the hurt. I want the hurting. I want the people who are doing the hurting. I want all of you. My friend says, I want to serve more. And I'm sitting there like, how could you, my guy? Don't you understand logistics limitations? Like, dude, there's only so many hours in a day. Dude, the pot calling the kettle black, or whatever that old phrase is, right? Look in the damn mirror, Gus. That's me. That's me with you. I want all of you. I don't want to miss one. I don't want one to slip through my fingers. I don't want one person out there, even if they're an asshole, who want nothing to do with this, who go, get bent. Who the hell is this guy in the tie telling me what's it? Who does he even think he is? Him too, her too. Cause that's past Gus. A lost, shitty human who was in desperate need of correction, who was in desperate need of community, who was in desperate need of mentorship, who was in desperate need of character. I don't want to lose one of you, but that's pride that says I can keep you all. It's my own pride, it's my own shortcoming, it's my own delusion that says, no, surely they'll all be interested. Surely they'll want to. Surely they will see that it's good and they'll pursue the good instead of the vices. Surely the virtue is what they, instead of being too far to the left or too far, surely they will care. I will not turn anyone away out of hope that something will stick, that something will land, that one of you who are living this, I can't pour into everybody. I need your help. Those of you who are doing the CNRs, those of you who are practicing this, I need your help. What that looks like is when I step away to try to find one of the lost, to try to bring them into the fold, when I try to go rescue someone who's out on the fringe, when I go have a really uncomfortable conversation with somebody who does not appreciate the things that you do, I need you guys to continue to bear the standard of freaking hard mode with everyone else. I need you to model it. I need you to show it. I need you to live it. I need you to practice. I need you to try. I need you to strive. I can't get everybody. I can't help everybody. I want to, but I can't. It's a fool's errand. Even still, I will try. And I need your help so that I can try. I can't try at all. If the people in the groups as they exist now go, and I'm not trying to point fingers at anybody, can't be helped. The people who say, Gus, if you're not there, I'm not going. What's the best predictor of future behavior? Past behavior, right? I pay attention. I know the handful of CNRs that I've missed, and I have tried very hard in the last year to mitigate how many I miss, and I think it's been 3 in a year. People don't show up. I can't go for the next person if all of the people who are in the fold go, oh, he's not here, I'm out. I'm not asking people to be perfect. I'm not asking people to nail it every time, right? What is my constant refrain? Every talk I've ever given, every stream I ever give, something that I say all of the time. What do we have in common? What do we share? Each of us, no matter what your age is, no matter what your sex is, no matter where you've been, what you've done, no matter your background, no matter how screwed up you are, whether you're vicious or virtuous or somewhere in between, what do we share? We're disappointments. We, you and I, We disappoint ourselves and we disappoint others. That's the human condition. We share this. We have this in common. I never ask that you be perfect. It's an impossible ask. It's a stupid ask. It's a nonsense. It's a ridiculous nonsense ask. So I wouldn't ask it. It's absurd. What do I ask? That you try. Not nail it. That you try. That's hard mode. And you might be out there right now. You might be new right now. You might be newer. You might be brand new. You might be like, who the hell? That's fine. Some people aren't ready for hard mode in any case. Who is this guy to say that I need hard mode? Okay. Fine. There have been plenty before you who have said the same. Plenty of people who are like, I don't need this. I'm perfect exactly as I am. Okay. All right. Just as you are, right? Okay. Got it. No change necessary. Exactly as you are. Don't change a thing. You're perfect. You're flawless. And anyone who says otherwise hates you. Anyone who says otherwise doesn't care about you. Anyone who says otherwise is just a meanie and you should ignore everything they say. Okay. Okay. You got it, boss. You got it. What hard mode asks of you is that you do not take life's shortcuts. It asks that you do the hard work and then reap the rewards of being that kind of person, that genre of person, that sort of person. Something that I constantly say is, if you don't ever work out, something that you don't get to say about yourself is, I'm someone who works out. You don't get to say that, right? You don't do it. Okay. But you never work out, and you start working out, and you do one push-up. And it's not even like a full push-up because you've got no muscles for this and you're new to this. No shame, everyone's got to start somewhere. So you're doing push-ups like on an incline, right? So it's easier like doing it on your counter, and you can do one push-up. But you commit to doing one push-up. Every morning when you get out of bed, maybe like on the wall next to the bed or up against the bed itself, whatever it is, you do one push-up and you are committed to this. And then maybe eventually you work your way up to 2 push-ups. And after 2 months of like committing to doing push-ups, you're doing a handful of push-ups. What do you get to now say about yourself? I am the sort of person who works out. You're not an Olympian. You're not setting world records. But you're doing the work. You're doing the hard mode stuff. You're doing it. Now you get to say, I'm the sort of person who, even though no one is forcing me to, even though I don't have to for my work, even though no one's got a gun to my head, I am the sort of person who, anyways, I do hard stuff. Anyways. That's what the people who opt in to hard mode in this community, or in any community, it doesn't need to be this one. I till I'm blue in the face, I'll be saying this. It doesn't have to be the Mafia, but you do need a community. One that understands some of this. What do I want? I am more interested in your character than your comfort. Which is why I will be uncomfortable tonight. And I am. Telling you things that you need to hear. I am more interested in your character than your comfort. don't take the shortcuts. The road to the destination is where the character comes from. Let me wrap this up. The CNRs, Cosa Nostra Rendezvous, the things that we do on Wednesdays, and soon TM other days, as the groups spread out. And as you guys organize groups in your own communities. Again, it doesn't have to be the Mafia. If you understand the heart of this notion, if you understand what I've just described tonight, if you understand the seriousness of this, and what afflicts the world today, as I've just used a couple simple illustrations to highlight, you could do this. Will it be easy? No, freaking no, it won't be. It won't be easy, okay? Took a long time for the CNR groups to fill up, incidentally. For a long time, I just sat in voice calls by myself. Took a long time. Some of you are like expecting, I'm going to start a group and we're going to be serious. And then no one shows up. Yeah. Same thing goes with streaming, right? You start out and you're like, when will the people come? There are some shortcuts as a streamer. That you could take. Especially if you're an attractive lady. And the people will come. Don't take the shortcuts. That's my ask. I can't make you do anything. I can't stop you. I'm interested in your character. The people who look at the CNRs and have historically done this, again, I can't stop this either. I can't prevent this. But there are those who have, and those who perhaps still do, perhaps some of you right now are thinking this. You're like, I might get in this thing, and I'll just show up to one Wednesday and be cured of whatever ails me. Show up on a Wednesday. Gus speaks awfully highly of it. So do several people in chat, I notice. Bunch of people are like, CNRs mean a lot to me. This is something that, like, Binge just said here tonight. Guts has said this countless times. People who say, the rendezvous have been great for me. They have shaped who I am. They've, like, all these kind things that they would say about him. And someone new goes, I want that. That sounds great. My life sucks right now, or this aspect of my life sucks right now. I want that fixed. Let's go, baby. Let's go. And they show up on a Wednesday. And they go, all right, Papa Gus, let's go. I'm ready. Download the fix, the cure, whatever, hard mode. I don't know what it is you called it. Some hard mode. I saw confabulating over there. I don't know what that word means, but whatever. Give me the juice. And they're disappointed, disillusioned, when they leave after 90 minutes and go, why, that didn't cure anything. Why, I'm exactly the same. I'm in the same spot I was, minus 90 minutes. What a sham. What a scam. What a waste of my time. I'll not go back. Matter of fact, I'm going to leave the Discord too. What a bunch of... Glad I didn't spend any money. Not that there's anything for sale, but you know. What is a CNR? It's the road. It's the path. It's the way. Here's where you are. Over there's where you want to be. The rendezvous is you walking with others. What you can do with effort is look at that hierarchy again, Aristotle's hierarchy, right? Vicious men, incontinent men, continent men, virtuous men, yeah? You could be, right now, a vicious human. You could be in that lower level. And with time and enough external motivation, very often that doctor saying you've got 6 months to live, something's got to give, right? Maybe you land in jail because of something that you did pursuing your vices. You lose relationships, you lose your money, you lose your house, okay? Maybe some external something forces you to move and you're like, all right, I got to change. And that moves you from being a vicious man, which is, I know their vices and I'm going to do them anyways, screw it, right? That moves you from that up. There's a mobility here. Now you are an incontinent man. You don't have any muscle for this yet. You don't know what it's like to strive and to achieve. You've never had to. You've never tried to. You've never even attempted it. You've just given in for forever. That's been your want. That's been your way. How do I do it? How do I get better? How do I improve? I don't know how to drop these vices. They're awful and I know it. I know I need to change. A doctor said I would die. I get it now. I can't. I'm afraid. I'm weak. And with serious effort, and my position has been and will continue to be, with serious effort, linking arms with others, you can progress from being an incontinent man to a continent one. It will take serious Herculean effort to move up these rungs. The CNR is that. It's the road, it's the bridge between them. Between where you are and where you want to be. Now, I have much more to say about the virtuous man, that top rung. You're gonna hear if you come back. You're going to hear echoes of that for the rest of 2025. I have much to say about the life of a virtuous man. Much to say about what it is, what it means, and how it's been misunderstood. Grossly misunderstood. Hideously misrepresented. My role is to be an encourager to you. I could be the prod that says, change or else. Maybe I could be that external motivation for you. Maybe I can be a fellow sojourner on these roads with you. Maybe I can be a guide. Maybe I can go back and go, I was in your shoes. I was there. I get it. Here's what helped me. Don't make the same mistakes I did. Don't missteps here. Look, there's a pitfall there. Avoid it. It'll set you so far back. I know you want to see results. Don't take the shortcut. Maybe that's my role in this. I can't take the steps for you. I can't pick you up on my back and carry you. I can't drag you, and I don't want to drag any of you. When you're like a young child, you need adults in your life who will drag you kicking and screaming because they know what's best, right? They truly know what's best, and you're like 4 or 5. You don't know what's best. You literally don't know anything. You're 5. Okay? You need wise adults in your life who say, no, this is for your best. You actually can't have ice cream all day, every day. You can't. But as adults, I'm not dragging any of you kicking and screaming. You have to opt in. What is the ask of hard mode? Opt in and avoid, if at all possible, the shortcuts. What will this world be? Just look ahead, okay? Look ahead 5 years from now. Look what AI, with the large language models, the generative, you know what I mean? Not true AI, you know what I mean? Look what AI has done in the last 18 months to all of the human experience. Art? Screw it, skip it. The medium of art, why? AI's got you. Music? Done. Filmmaking? Easy. They're getting better every single day. Film, shorts, essays? Why write a book? Just give a prompt to ChatGPT. It'll do it for you. Print, send. Why build a website that's a resource to help people? Give AI a prompt and it'll build the website for you. Why do any of those things? You already know, if you're here on this in this medium right now, if you're on Twitch, if you're on YouTube, you're in a Discord community, you know what's already happened to humanity. Look ahead 5 years because of the shortcuts that we have been taking. How many shortcuts are in your life? How many shortcuts have you already taken? How many shortcuts? How many more shortcuts will it take? How many more shortcuts will you let rob you of your development, of your maturation, of your gaining of wisdom, of your betterment, of your character? How many more shortcuts will you allow to take advantage of you and to rob you of the good life? Think of the most impressive people you know in your life. I'd be willing to bet that they've got character. Look at the least impressive people that you know in your life. I'm willing to bet they lack character. What's hard mode? When someone comes to you tomorrow and says, were you over there at the Gus Talk thing last night? Or is that why you weren't gaming? Is that why you missed out on such and such? Is that why you weren't there for movie night? Is that why you missed out on like some sleep? Is that why? What's that about? Why would you do that? Why? What was so great about it? What was so important that you had to give up X? How do you succinctly answer that question? I'd love to know. But now you know. And for those of you who did sacrifice this time, and I know that it is no small thing, I know that it is 4 hours, I know. Those of you who are here, as the fire has grown dim, those of you who are yet here, as various others have taken up their chair and gone home, those of you who are here, as the circle has gotten tighter, thank you. It is no small thing to part with that amount of time. It is no small thing to pay attention to something for this long. It is no small thing to listen to someone with whom you disagree, in many cases. Someone that you are dubious of, someone that you doubt, someone that you question, someone that you keep at arm's length. And for those of you who have done the double work of both trying to listen and field questions and welcome in the new joins and point people toward resources and all the stuff that you're doing, because I haven't been reading chat for the last 40 minutes. Thank you. Binge said tonight, at tonight's outset, that he changed his work schedule, his school schedule rather, his course schedule for university, for what he's doing, his education. He changed his schedule to accommodate being at the CNRs. I don't want that to be a source of guilt for anyone. I don't want that to be a, But there's something there. There's something in that. The benefits come at a cost. None of this is free. The traveling down that road, walking with others who are doing the same, there's a cost. And oftentimes, not sometimes, oftentimes, the cost is high. Oftentimes, the cost will seem impossible. What do you mean I have to deal with this person? They're awful! Difficult people are still people. And one's value is not diminished by their being difficult, by their being immature, by their having made mistakes, by their being new. We're all at different places, friends. Where's the character come from? Comes from you dealing with difficult people from time to time. How does one learn patience? By being in situations that require you to be patient. Tyr, you followed tonight. And I raised a glass to you twice. And I said then, as I say all the time, I take follows very seriously. Very seriously. Wheels joined the Discord tonight. And I don't know if anybody else has. I haven't been paying attention. I apologize. When someone new joins the Discord, I make a fuss about it. I don't have time to dwell on it like I ought to, like I could, obviously, like I am able to do. But when I say that that's a big to-do, and that it's different from joining other Discords, now you understand why. Now you see some of that difference. Now you recognize, oh, yeah, it's a little different. The ask is a little bit more. It's not just maymays and gaming. Though we have those too. We also have cookies. Dark side has cookies, you guys. This is why I take it all so seriously. This is why I take you so seriously. This is why I take your time so seriously. This is why I take your correspondences so seriously. And why I apologize for the tardiness of them. Because it's not nothing to me. You're not nothing to me. Hard mode is not for everybody because not everybody's ready for this. Not everybody's... Those vicious men. You just live life with a finger out. They're not ready. This is something I'm going to talk about going forward here in January, okay? Looking ahead. I'm going to talk about pain. And I'm going to talk about death. I'm going to talk about loss. This was certainly true of me. A vicious man until enough pain and enough loss and enough suffering accrued, piled up in my life for someone as thick-skulled and stupid and stubborn as me to finally be forced, against my will, to have to pay attention. Some people haven't hit rock bottom yet, and that's what it'll take. Some of you haven't hit rock bottom yet. After tonight, maybe tomorrow, set an alarm or something like that. Or you could do it right afterwards. It'll take you a second. 60 seconds. Go read my Go Live announcement tonight. That I, yes, put in all of y'all's Discords. So I'm sure that there's people who are like, who the f... Yeah, I know. Go read that again. Having heard what you just heard tonight, go read that with fresh eyes. Some people don't want to change. Some people are unwilling to change. Some people will not because they're not hurting enough. My question for you is, examining your life, examining the things that you're doing, examining the shortcuts you've taken and the places that you have arrived and now have imposter syndrome of some kind because you are there with no credentials and no abilities and no power and no character. How's that working for you? This is going to be my question for you for the next several months. How's that working for you? Well enough? All right. Godspeed, Spider-Man. Carry on. I am not going to relish in the suffering of others. It makes me miserable to see you guys suffer. But just like me, some of you need to. I am that way. I am stubborn. Stubborn. Pain can be a powerful tool and a powerful gift. I hope you will heed it before complete destruction, before true rock bottom. I really hope you don't have to live the life that I have before you start to choose character. That's it. Talk about real relationships. Silly and serious and everything in between, right? Friday nights are for the serious. Tomorrow night, the silliness. Actually, I don't know how silly it will be because we're starting a new game, one that I've never seen before, and I don't know if it's silly or serious. I don't know. It's called Sheepy. Again, you guys who are here are the ones to hear that. It's a short game. It'll probably take one stream at most two. The patrons have voted. Capos and above get to vote on games. They voted. We tallied it last night. Sheepy is the next title that I'm tackling. That's tomorrow night. The normal time, we kick that off. I have a second game called Ape Out lined up. Also another short game. In case I finish the game early, I've got a second game ready to rock and roll. That's Saturday and Tuesday. Those are the next 2 streams. Games. Real relationships, this walk down the road. It's not all hardship all the time. It's not philosophizing all the time. It's not depth all of the time. There's a lot of laughs. We need both. I ask is that you try both. Next Friday, next Saturday, I've got short streams. Military is screwing with my schedule, and I'm going to tell you guys a little bit more about that actually next Friday. I have some tea. We will resume the seriousness in earnest on, where's the calendar? Friday the 17th. Friday the 17th. Okay? Next weekend, they're going to be short streams. Military is really interfering with my work. The rest of the month will be hard. I hope to see more of you. In a medium where I can hear you talk. In a medium where I can field your comments. Now, I've obviously missed all of chat tonight. I'm going to read it tomorrow. I'm going to go back and see what all I missed. And if you guys have specific questions for specific, especially the CNR type stuff, again, if it can be a Wednesday conversation, save it for Wednesday. If it's a personal case-by-case thing, reach out and I will do my best to stay on top of the correspondences. And Marsh got auto-modded, but that's a very long message, so instead of you retyping the whole thing, at binge, 3 days a week where I'm busy from 8:30 a.m. till 11 pum. Literally, there's no wiggle room. Really 6, soon to be 7 days a week that my time is booked. From the moment I wake up to the moment I go to sleep. I'm busy. So busy that I'm forced to schedule free time where I'm often answering / responding to business venture correspondences. Mood. Mood. Again, not lost on me that any of you would spend this time here tonight. So it's to you. The very caliber of human who would choose such a thing, who would opt into such a thing. When you could spend your Friday nights, Saturdays for some of you living in the future, doing any old other thing anywhere else. Here you are. That speaks volumes. And I am paying attention. I see who's here. I see who's engaging. I see who's answering questions. I see. And it's to you, that remarkable sort, that I raise my final glass of the evening. Cheers. My final glass of the evening, and my final glass of the next bunch of months. It truly is a privilege. If any of you, last bit of housekeeping, if any of you posted anything that's absolutely super time sensitive, before I can get to chat and read it tomorrow, if there's something in there that you seriously, like, use your discernment here, need to be addressed, DM me, find it, copy paste, send it to me in a DM, something like that. Reach out to a CNR group that you're a part of, whatever it is. Don't let it lie, okay? And I apologize again for not getting to read all of your guys' chats. Drev, it's very good to see you. Sorry that I didn't get to greet you properly. Judgment, welcome, and welcome. All of you lovely lot. No raids. No raids coming in, no raids going out. We're just gonna hear end. It would not do to, again, bring about an incongruity whereby I drop you guys with some sort of hype something. We end Friday nights like we begin. Thank you for being part of the small circle at the end of the night. Look around. See the faces of those who chose to stick around. Maybe make a mental note. Good people to know. Especially big thanks to everybody who funds this. This doesn't happen. This is a business. This isn't a hobby. This doesn't happen by accident. This takes sacrifice. Thank you to my patrons. In particular, thank you to my public patrons who took that $5 a month and they were like, no, this is too important. They've sacrificed, all of you, $5 a month or more, to sacrifice, to give this thing a shot at a future. I'm grateful. I'm particularly grateful to my public patrons. Aki, Bootless, Dano, Leanne, Ferret, Goose, Jen, Joke, Abby, Helly, Marty, Karma, Pre, Zen, Ryan, Thump, Tech, Mouse, Trotsky, Pell, Milk, Dragon, CJ number 1, and Zen. Thank you for your sacrifice. Any good that comes from this can be traced back to you. Thank you. So what will it look like? The silliness ahead of us. What will these games? Will I actually finish them on time? Will we make progress? What will the rest of the seriousness look like as the month unfolds and as we get into February as threatened? If you think that what we've got lined up for January with loss and death and pain is if you think that's a lot, just wait till February. What'll it look like? What does it look like to do life alongside the remarkable men and women of the Mafia who have agreed to try this hard mode thing? Come and see. Come and see. And as ever, I will strive to see that it's a decision that you don't regret. In the meantime, I wish for you each marvelous evenings, mornings, wherever ye be, and I will see you on the other side.